Good afternoon and welcome to the Beaufort County Board of Education Business Meeting of November 7, 2023. This meeting is being conducted via hybrid video conferencing and it is also being live streamed by the county channel. In accordance with new safety and security guidelines, bags, backpacks, and purses are prohibited by the public at the Beaufort County Board of Education meetings. Requests for public comments participation will be accepted between 5 and 5:30 this evening by sending an email with your name, phone number, and topic to Robin, and that's Robin with a Y, .cushingberry@beaufort.k12.sc.us. You will receive a phone call during public comments where you'll be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The forum is limited to 30 minutes. If you are in person, you may address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain, and each speaker in person must fill out a public comment card. Please see the board clerk for a card. Requests for the second public comments will be accepted between 7 and 7:30 this evening, as described above. The second public comments will take place prior to adjournment, no later than 9 p.m. The second forum is limited to 15 minutes. In the event the board has not finished addressing all items listed on the November 7, 2023 agenda, the board will reconvene at 6 p.m. tomorrow evening to finish the agenda items. We now need a motion to go into executive session. Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, I move that this board go into executive session to receive the following items. There's 8 items on the list. The first is receipt of legal advice relating to one pending legal claim covered by attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2. Second item is employment matter in regards to personal ratification report pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A1. The third item is adult ed home school report pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 30-4-40A4. The next item is discussion of negotiations incident to proposed Thompson-Turner Construction Amendment Number 71 for HVAC upgrade scope at St. Helena Early Childhood Center pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2. Next item is discussion of negotiations incident to proposed Thompson-Turner Construction Amendment Number 69 for the first floor HVAC upgrades at Beaufort High School pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2. And then discussion of negotiations incident to proposed MB-Con Construction Amendment Number 54 for athletic package referendum scope at River Ridge Academy pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2. Next, discussion of negotiations incident to propose J.E. Dunn Construction Amendment Number 11 for additional demolition scope at Robert Smalls Leadership Academy pursuant to South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2. And lastly, discussion of security safety plans pursuant to SC Code 30-4-20C.
Do we have a second? Please vote right second. Mr. Smith?
Who will be giving us legal advice?
I assume Ms. Cartledge. All right, all those in favor to go into executive session for the reasons listed, please say aye. Aye. And on aye. Thank you. All right. The motion to go into executive session is unanimous. I don't see Elizabeth or Rachel on there yet. Okay. Good evening and welcome to the Beaufort County Board of Education Business Meeting of November 7, 2023. The board has been in executive session and now we are back in public session. So, Colonel Guyer, Vice Chair, do we have any action as necessary or appropriate regarding matters discussed in executive session?
Yes, ma'am. We have 6 motions to be addressed. I'll read the first one. I move we approve the superintendent's recommendation for employment listed on the October 1st, 2023 to October 30th, 2023 personnel ratification report.
Seconded.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Middleton, I.
Middleton, aye. Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chair, I move we accept the superintendent's recommendation for the monthly adult education homeschool report for November 7th, 2023.
Seconded.
Mr. Smith, second. Right, all in favor? Please say aye.
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 Middleton, I.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 71 for St. Helena Early Childhood Center HVAC upgrades with Thompson Turner Construction for a total amount of $2,818,821.
Gordon? I second. Thank you. Right. All in favor? Please say aye. Aye.
Middleton, I.
That motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 69 for Beaufort High School first floor HVAC upgrades with Thompson Turner Construction for a total amount of $1,503,412.
Right, the second was by Earl Campbell. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Middleton, I.
That motion carries unanimously.
No. I'm going to, want to abstain on that vote.
One abstention, the rest ayes, and Hay and Wisniewski absent.
Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 54 with MB Con Construction Company Incorporated for the River Ridge Academy Athletics Package referendum scope based on a guaranteed maximum price of $2,320,750.
Ms. Gordon?
I second.
Favor? Please say aye.
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 Middleton, I.
All right, that one carries unanimously.
Madam Chair, the last motion, I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 11 for additional demolition and asbestos abatement scope for Robert Small's Leadership Academy with J.E. Dunn Construction for a guaranteed maximum price of $808,416.
Mr. Earl Campbell, second that motion. Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Middleton, I.
Smith, no.
So, I think the public needs to know that's demolition of the old Robert Smalls Academy. All right, not the new. So,
Do you want to also give them the reason why? I mean, just since you gave them that much, because the asbestos, that's all.
So that motion carries 8-1-0. All right, that is all that we have coming out of executive session, Colonel Guyer. Okay. Next up, we need a motion to approve the agenda. Okay, Mr. Earl Campbell, second by Carlton Dallas. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Middleton, I.
Okay. That motion carries unanimously. We will now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll have a moment of silence. Please be seated. The media has been properly notified. Our performance this evening is the Beaufort Middle School Gryphon Orchestra performing Aeolian Rock by Jeffrey Frizzy and Bass in Space by Victor Lopez under the direction of Amanda Trimpe, who is the band orchestra music director. Welcome and thank you for coming to tonight's meeting.
And our Scream for Stream event. If you happen to have the opportunity to come to Beaufort Middle School and experience the Scream for Stream event, it was fantastic. We had lots of people involved, and this is the song that we played that night. So here we go. It's Bass in Space. One, two. So our small ensemble is only part of our orchestra at Beaufort Middle School. We have beginners. Your first year playing, raise your hand if you've only been playing for a couple weeks. Honestly, they've only been playing for a couple weeks. So thank you guys for being here. We also have some second year players tonight. So if you're second year players, raise your hand. And then we also have our third year players. Some of our eighth graders that raise their hand are third year players. So our next song is Aeolian Rock. It's a fun one we just threw together in about a week now, so we're really excited to play it for the first time. So you're the first audience to hear us perform this song. So thank you for inviting us tonight. One, two, three.
Thank you so much.
Once again, please, our Griffin students from Beaufort Middle School. Great job. This evening in points of celebration, we have Character Ed Students of the Month for August and Character Ed Students of the Month for September. And so our Character Ed education program was formed to support parents' efforts to develop good character in their children. Tonight, we're celebrating the Character Ed Student of the Month, exhibiting the character traits of friendship and kindness. Friendship is defined as the emotions or conduct of friends, the state of being friends. Kindness is defined as the quality of being friendly, generous, and considerate. August Student of the Month for Northern Beaufort County is Elijah Mathis, a senior at Battery Creek High School. Here to introduce her graduate is Principal Denise Lassard.
Good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here tonight with Elijah. His mom is here and his brothers as well. Please come on up with us if you would like to. And thank you all for allowing us to push it up so that they could be here with us this evening. Elijah joined us last January at our school, and to say that it's been nothing but amazing to work with this young man is an understatement. Anytime we ask him to step up and assist with something, the answer is when, not whether or not he'll do it. He's kind. He is willing to assist his same age classmates as well as younger students. I also invited his basketball coach, Coach CJ Brown, here to speak a little bit. He not only takes challenging classes and excels in them, but he is a varsity athlete as well. So I would like Coach Brown to step up and say a few words as well.
Thank you for the most part for everybody being here as well. His family, his mom, for allowing me to be able to coach him. But when we got Elijah in January, he just said he wanted to play basketball. I asked him how his grades were. He said, "Coach, you don't got to worry about that." Met his mom. His mom was very supportive. His dad was very supportive. So anything we asked of them, they allowed us as coaching. Because I'm just one coach. They allowed my whole program, my coaching staff. I'm to just groom Elijah to who he needs to be. So to see him and accomplish so many things in so little time is amazing. We do nothing but support him, and he's a whole athlete as far as doing the schoolwork off the court. He models the great students for Battery Creek High School and the school district as well. So again, I just want to congratulate you. I want to thank you, your mom, your brothers, my guy Ramon, Romelo. And he's big on family. So to see his family here, that's something that he loves to see. So thank you again.
Thank you, guys.
This way. Yeah, we're.
There you go.
17.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations to you as well, Coach. Watch program.
Now, we move on to September. Character ed for September, continuing with student of the month. The character trait was acceptance. And acceptance is defined as the action or process of being received as adequate or suitable. September's student of the month for north of the broad or northern Beaufort County is Zaire Evans, a fourth grade student at Whale Branch Elementary School. And here to introduce her student from Whale Branch Elementary School is Principal Marvin Neal. Congratulations to both Elijah and Zaire.
Okay. Good evening. Just want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to introduce our student, Zaire Evans. We're definitely thrilled to have Zaire representing Whale Branch Elementary School as embodying the character trait acceptance. Zaire is definitely an exceptional student, and it's with great pleasure that we acknowledge her outstanding character and contributions to our school. So thank you, Zaire. And also Zaire is very respectful and courteous in nature, and that's what really sets her apart from the other students. She treats her teachers, classmates, and school staff with kindness and consideration, creating a warm and welcoming atmosphere within our school. Her genuine respect for others exemplifies the values we aim to instill in every student. Zaire, your dedication, kindness, and respect for others make a genuine difference within our school. Keep up the fantastic work, Zaire. Your character and positive influence brighten our school daily, and we are immensely proud to have you represent Whale Branch Elementary. Want to thank her mom and sister for coming out with her this afternoon. Thank you. I have a little gift for you. All right. And I also have this for you. That's just what I wrote. Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Now, our next point of celebration is the 2023 National Parent Educator of the Year. Before I move to our next celebration, we have a short video to introduce you to one of our phenomenal parent educators.
We'd like to honor our fourth Parent Educator of the Year, Ms. Deborah Washington from the Beaufort County School District.
Receiving a huge honor, the Beaufort County School District Office of Early Childhood Education's Deborah Washington has been named the 2023 Parents as Teachers National Parent Educator of the Year. This cell phone video was recorded as she was presented the award during a Parents as Teachers conference in New Orleans. Washington has been a parent educator for 22 years.
It is very important, I think, in working with my families and my peers with the early childhood department. I'm so glad to work with them and have a team and meeting my family's needs.
Ms. Deborah Washington.
The educator really enjoys working with families through the district's Parents as Teachers program. It's a free volunteer program serving children from 0 to 5 years old.
We help parents with promoting parenting skills. We also help our parents connect with the community resources. We also help with our parents with child find, school readiness, and we promote that our parents that they are their child's first teacher.
Washington is an amazing educator who is dedicated to helping parents and children in our area.
Her work with children and families from birth through kindergarten has been such an important piece of our community. She helps empower families to be their child's first teacher, to help set readiness goals for children, and to really prepare children before they even walk in our doors at Beaufort County.
Washington also really enjoys working on the traveling preschool bus and connecting with families throughout the area.
Oh, it's a passion. And I love working with my family, just getting them ready for school readiness, promoting the traveling preschool bus, which is my favorite, having my family learning parenting skills and helping them connect with the community and the resources and preparing their children for school.
This is the first time a district parent educator has been named a National Parent Educator of the Year. For the Beaufort County School District, Ron Lopes.
Tonight, we celebrate Deborah Washington, parent educator with the Beaufort County School District Parents as Teachers Program as the 2023 National Parent Educator of the Year. As a parent educator in the Beaufort County School District Office of Early Childhood Education for the past 22 years, Ms. Washington understands the importance of parents being their child's first teacher. Since the Beaufort County School District Parents as Teachers Program has been established, Ms. Washington has helped our program grow into what is now, today, a nationally accredited and National Blue Ribbon affiliate home visitation program that serves children ages birth to 5 years. Mrs. Washington has been able to successfully provide increased knowledge of early childhood development and improved parenting practices, early detection of developmental delays and health issues, prevention of child abuse and neglect, and increased knowledge of children's school readiness and future school success to the children and families that she services within our local community. Ms. Washington does not just wait for families to reach out to her for parent support services. She has actively been out in the community for the past 22 years, serving as a team member on the Beaufort County School District traveling preschool bus. In this role, Ms. Washington has been driving the traveling preschool bus to rural areas which are currently underserved to provide early childhood learning centers and parent education services to children and families. She has provided opportunities for children and families to enjoy developmentally appropriate early childhood activities for children birth through 5 years. Learning centers, parent education, referrals for family support services available in Beaufort County, and free books and materials for children to promote meaningful parent-child interactions. Congratulations, Mrs. Washington, on being awarded the 2023 National Parent Educator of the Year. Your service and dedication to early childhood in Beaufort County has made a direct impact on our community. Please join us up here, please. Now, we have with us today parents from the community or community members that are here specifically to support Miss Washington. So if I can hear you yell really loud for Miss Washington, we'll know who you are.
It's a pleasure being here tonight. Just stand up, everyone who supported me, my parents, my husband, and the rest of my families that I serve. So I don't need to say any more. And I'm so happy that I have the opportunity to serve the community. And also I want to thank the Director of Early Childhood, Ashley Hutchison, and also Dr. Rebecca Stemples, my coordinator of early childhood. I thank you all and thank Beaufort County School for just having me employed here.
that is a great note to end on for our celebrations this evening.
It sure is. All right, next on our agenda is the first session of public comments. I've been directed by the board to read this statement regarding public comments. Whereas in order to better ensure the safety, security, and good order of its school board meetings and allow all citizens a fair opportunity to participate in public comment, Beaufort County Schools Board Governance Policy GC 223 Roman numeral 4, adherence to public participations, paragraph B, states that, quote, should a participant fail to abide by the reasonable directives of the board's or committee's presiding officer, the board or committee may prohibit the offending speaker from participating in future public comment sessions for a period not to exceed 6 months, unquote. Tonight we have a commenter in person, and then we also will go to the phone line. So I'm going to call up Mary Foster. Please come to the table and sit there to present your comments to the board. And you will be given 3 minutes, and you may not exceed the 3 minutes or yield your time to someone else. Tonight, Mary is speaking on book challenges.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a parent of 2 former Beaufort County School students, an educator with more than 20 years of experience, a member of the charter committee which created and founded Riverview Charter School, and a citizen who's concerned about the many attacks on intellectual freedom in our community, our state, and our country. I want to start tonight by thanking those of you who continue to uphold the review committee's recommendations to return books to the shelves of our middle and high school libraries. I appreciate your support of the process we have in place to handle book challenges as they arise. I commend those of you who continue to uphold the rights of teachers and students and parents not to have books removed from school libraries solely because a few people don't approve of those books, particularly when any parent can choose to limit their own child's access to library materials. As we approach the final review committee meetings for the 97 books that were challenged over 1 year ago, I know it's likely we will soon see another list of challenged books. I urge you to follow your policy should that happen. Leave books on the shelves as your policy dictates and allow review committees to do their work without proactively removing books. I imagine that what started in this district just over a year ago caught some of you off guard and you were not quite certain how to respond. I hope in the last year, as we have seen attempts to ban books happening all across the state and country, that you recognize this movement for what it is. It's an effort to create hysteria and distract citizens from the very real problems facing our students, our teachers, and our schools. And it's an effort to control the stories that are told. This community and this nation are made of all types of people with a variety of beliefs and convictions and life experiences. People who all deserve to see themselves and their stories in books. And just to be clear, teens are not sexually active because they read books with sex in them. People do not abuse others because they read books that depict abuse. And rapists do not read books to learn how to rape. But books do help people feel less alone. They build empathy. They make us laugh and cry and question, and there's nothing wrong with any of that. As you reflect on these book challenges and the events of the last year related to those challenges, I hope you will remember the students, teachers, and community members who have filled this space, the people who have spoken eloquently and passionately about their opposition to a couple of community members trying to remove books from our school libraries. And I hope you will not let a loud but very small minority control the decisions you make should we find ourselves in this situation again. As always, thank you for your willingness to serve our community and for all that you do for students, teachers, and parents of Beaufort County.
It says Mike Thompson.
Hi, this is Robin. I'm calling you for public comments. I'm going to put you on speakerphone. You'll have 3 minutes. If you would state your first, last name and what you're speaking about. All right. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Michael Thompson. I'm a 1964 graduate of Beaufort High School and a 1969 graduate of East Tennessee State University with a BS degree in education with a minor in physical education. I taught at Beaufort High School in Battery Creek as a teacher and coach. I come to you with a appeal of the book All Boys Are Not Blue. My appeal on this book is based on the following reasons. The explicit sexual writings of the author describing and having oral and anal sex. The author themselves is being clear. The book crosses the line of South Carolina law dealing with obscenity for those under 18 years of age. It appears that your review process is broken, with only 3 of the 7 review members stood up and voted yes to keeping All Boys Are Not Blue on school library shelves, and then banning a book titled Forever for a Year, which has similar explicit sexual encounters between a boy and girl. You would not expect elected members of state government to have any time to read and attend meetings to vote even though they have volunteered. I believe community leaders and parents would be a better volunteer member of your review board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That concludes our first public comment session. So we need, next we have our clock update. So we need the podium back for that to occur. Thank you. And tonight we have the chairman of the clock committee, Ted Barber, reporting. We get the board and the public get quarterly updates.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is our third quarter update for 2023. The last time we spoke was on August the 1st. So I'd like to give everyone an update this evening of where we are. First of all, I want to remind everyone that the clock is an independent group of volunteers, and our responsibility is to monitor the referendum projects and the budgets and the expenditures thereof. We also give these quarterly reports to this august group, and our minutes are posted on the website for the public to review. Now, our members are all professional people who with multiple backgrounds of experience, including certified public accountants, civil engineers, urban planners, and project managers, as well as educators. Now, we are independent and we do monitor projects and spending and report directly to this board as well as the public. Now, our mission is to make sure that we monitor all these projects and schedules and report back on the 2019 bond referendum and assure the taxpayers that they are receiving superior facilities for the Beaufort County students. So let me give an update of where we are. We'll take a little tour around the county and where we are with certain projects. We'll start first with Hilton Head Island High School. This is the advanced design part for Hilton Head Island. This was approved in the 2019 referendum to prepare a design for the Hilton Head High School, and it in anticipation of passing of a bond referendum today. That is progressing, and we're going to give that a green light tonight. It is working well. We have met with a little diversified during each one of our monthly meetings, and they give us updates. 75% of the construction documents have been received, and NBCon is pricing those at this point in time. Now, part also on slide number 7, Hilton Head High School, the first phase of that was an upgrade to the athletic facilities. That's doing well, except for the field house. The permit has not been received, so that is delayed until November. We expect the project manager to get that back on track as soon as that field house permit is approved by the county. Let's move over to Battery Creek High School. Slide number 8, that's one of our larger consumers of funds this year. Everything is green here. It's under budget and it's on schedule. You can see it was budgeted at 55 million, 55,297 is encumbered and paid to date is 50,904. So that school is getting close. Battery Creek is all green. MB has completed all the improvements. They're working on punch list items. And also the Performing Arts Center, the replacement curtains are scheduled to arrive in December to finish out that project. All right, let's move to slide number 10. Let's talk a little bit about Robert Smalls. This is the first project that we have colored yellow in our traffic light system due to budget as well as schedule. Tonight, you voted on additional funding for asbestos remediation with the current Robert Smalls building. That was an unexpected expense. We're going to monitor that very closely because of where we are at the current point in time with the total referendum spending. So we'll leave that for yellow. We have been assured that it'll be able to be completed within the total referendum budget. We're going to continue to monitor that. And that is an unexpected but a necessary expenditure to properly abate the asbestos in that building. Let's move to Hilton Head Island Middle School. As another one, this is all safety security updates and everything's going well there in the media center as well as the 800 and 700 classrooms. All those renovations are scheduled to be completed in December of this year. Let's move to slide number 13. The rest of the projects across the county, there are 93 individual projects underway. One of those is in the planning phase. That's adult ed. It's on hold at this point. Design phase is the CATE, advanced design. And then we've got a sum in bid, 30 are in construction, 21 are in closeout, 36 have been completed for a total of 93 projects on the books. Now, our supply issues have improved this quarter. We're seeing certain things improve, except one of the puzzling things is we seem not to be able to get backup generators, which is an issue. But the project managers continue to manage this very closely. Now, one of the things on our project closeouts, if you look at slide 15, we have made some changes to the tracking of project closeouts. We have asked that now we be given target dates of when the remaining projects will be closed. And you can see from this list that I'm providing, these are the target dates that have been supplied by each one of the project managers for these projects of when they expect these projects to be closed out. So we'll be tracking those as we need to close out all of the projects for the 2019 referendum. As you can see, some of those will spill over into 2024 due to what we had to deal with during the pandemic time and supply issues. But we'll continue to track these. There's 3 pages of those projects that we'll continue to monitor. Now let's talk about where we are financially. As we come to the close, our budgets, have been adjusted and are tracked based upon the contingency log. We monitor all the contingency and the budget spending. The dollars spent and encumbered do not exceed what has been budgeted, and it does not exceed the estimated project percent completed. So we're not paying ahead of schedule. The real cost impact here is that demolition abatement for Robert Smalls. We continue to question where we are on the spending, and Turner Townsend Heary, the program manager, continues to report that there will be a soft landing with the analysis. The forecast funds will remain, and we'll be able to close out all the projects under the current referendum program. So we're going to, on slide 20, we're going to say we're at green at this point. As you can see, the original amount was $344,610. The premium bond increase from the premiums is $31 million for a total spend of $375,710. You can see we spent approximately 98% of those funds. We have $6.6 million remaining to commit. Savings that have been returned from the GMP projects is 1.6. We've used 2.9 of contingency with a remaining contingency of $1,035,000 prior to you voting this evening to spend the $805,000 for the abatement at Robert Smalls. So with that, that is our final report for this quarter. Just a note, the clock tomorrow evening will be conducting their 47th meeting. So we will have been almost 4 years into this management of assisting you with monitoring and sharing this with the citizens of Beaufort County. So with that, I complete my quarterly update. I will take any questions of the board.
Mr. Smith?
On slide, I believe that was slide 9, maybe. Where you said that adult ed is going to be on hold. Why is that?
I think they're waiting to determine where we're going to be when it comes to the referendum spending. That's my understanding.
But it was not on the referendum. That understanding that is that the understanding of it?
That's not my understanding. Maybe someone else can correct me. Robert?
Now, what was your question again? I heard adult ed, but what was that second question you asked?
My question was so this was the adult ed was not is on the hold because it was not on the referendum. Is that my understanding?
There are funds there that have not been spent, and we are looking into options there, and that is why that's on hold. We haven't decided how the funds that have been allocated that will be spent at this time. So,
did the referendum give it any specific spending directives or no?
No, it's just counted in the safety and security for all school buildings. It was included in that. So it's safety security.
Thank you.
Ms. Boatright? Can you talk into your microphone, please?
Thank you. What was it's the county permitting issue on the field house at Hilton Head or the town?
I think it's the town of Hilton Head, the way I understand it's the town because they require certain things associated with construction in Hilton Head.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it has to do with that. Yeah.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Are there any other questions coming up? I'd like to go last if I can.
Okay. Ms. Gordon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to congratulate you. I heard you say
47.
going into your 4th year.
That is correct.
Congratulations. I really appreciate what this committee is doing and has done. And I love your overviews.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have some new members because we had one member that left us because he decided he wanted to run for the school board. So
what?
But we do have some new members that have joined us as well, and we appreciate those people volunteering.
Well, thank you. We're happy to have Mr. Dallas.
Thank you for your comment.
I have a question.
Mr. Smith?
Also, on page 15, on the bottom, you said that the projects may go to the 24th, but so what is the Q1 2025? What does that stand for?
We're targeting, they're saying that they may not be able to close it out until 2025 based upon the closeout, but they're targeting to do it in Q4 of next year.
Okay. That was my last question, but just including my question, my question, I would also like to thank you as well for all the hard work that y'all have done because I've attended a lot of those clock meetings and as well, I'd like to recognize, I see you have a couple clock members in the
we do.
In the audience. I would like to thank you as well for even taking the time to come out here tonight to this meeting. I would like to thank y'all for all your continuous hard work and your efforts into making sure that we are all successful here.
Mr. Smith, thank you for your comment. We really appreciate you attending our meetings. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Dallas?
As a former clock member, I just want to thank you for all the patience you showed to the newbie on the clock at that point in time. It has been very beneficial. And I also want to just reiterate the clock mechanism has been such a really positive addition to the fiscal and project discipline that the district is exhibiting. So thank you to the current members, the new members, and the legacy members as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Yep, I just want to thank you, Ms. Barber, and all the members of the clock committee, those that are currently serving, those who have served and are no longer on the clock, because your commitment and your volunteerism in helping, and I can't underscore that enough. It is hours and countless hours of volunteer work that you all have committed to support your community and to support really the school district in this work. And it goes without saying, but I can't underscore it enough that what you all have accomplished not only has made us better, but it is about quality, it is about trust, it is about commitment, and it is about confidence. And I can't thank you enough for your countless hours of service for everyone who has served on that clock committee.
Dr. Rodriguez, thank you. And I think I can speak on behalf of the other fellow clock members. Some of them are here. They may wish to speak on their own behalf. But we realize how important education is, and that's why we do this. And also, having been a resident of Beaufort County for the last 11 years prior to your coming here, the things that we dealt with in Beaufort County without passing any referendums or any improvement to our school systems for those 11 years was unacceptable. And therefore, I think we're in a better place today, and maybe we will be more in the future as we can continue to improve the educational system of Beaufort County. So we're standing here to serve, but we are here to monitor, and we do that. We also ask very tough questions. And on behalf of my other clock members, I think we have also helped elevate the knowledge of your staff because of the things that we have learned over the years of working in the public and the private sector. And we bring that expertise to you as well. So we thank you for allowing us to do that, but we will stand in the gap to make sure that the money is well spent and it is spent based upon what the citizens of Beaufort County have asked to be done. So thank you.
Next on our agenda is the chair's report. Last week, Victor Ney and I attended the South Carolina School Boards Association Regional Advocacy Meeting in Walterboro. The purpose of this meeting was to share and provide information to effectively advocate for public schools during the 2024 legislative session. There was a panel discussion on how to strengthen your board's impact on education through your relationships with your legislative delegation. I would encourage board members to attend the Legislators and Leaders Breakfast sponsored by Beaufort County's Teachers Forum that's being held on Thursday, November 16th at 9 a.m. at the Penn Center. On Friday, December 1, the State of the Region Luncheon is being held at the Hilton Head Marriott, and this is sponsored by the Hilton Head and Bluffton Chamber of Commerce. Guest speakers at the luncheon will include U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham, the mayors of Hilton Head and Bluffton, and the chairman of the Beaufort County Council. On December 2nd and 3rd, several board members will be attending the annual South Carolina School Boards Association Legislative Conference and Delegate Assembly in Charleston to adopt positions on educational issues that reflect the philosophies of the 73 school districts who are members. These legislative proposals will then be promoted by the South Carolina School Boards Association at the 2024 legislative session. It is important that our board take an active role in the decision-making process for establishing public education policy by our state lawmakers. In mid-October, Earl Campbell, Carlton Dallas, and I, and a couple of Beaufort City Council members attended a joint training session hosted by the South Carolina School Boards Association and the Municipal Association of South Carolina on, quote, bringing civility to verbal conflict, unquote. Retired police chief Harry Dolan presented the workshop, and one of the main topics discussed was how to utilize Aristotle's method of persuasion. 1, emphasize and paraphrase to gain credibility and trust. 2, use logic to get others to comply. And 3, appeal to people's sentiments or emotions to show how they will personally benefit from cooperating. That concludes the chair report for today. Next on our agenda are the committee reports. First up, we have academics with Chair Chloe Gordon reporting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just have an overview with Dr. Stratus and her teams on the bylaws of the Beaufort County School District Health Advisory Committee and the and selecting members for the advisory committee, and also the goals about the counselors, school counselors and their 23-24 academic school year. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, we had a quick review on the Health Advisory Committee. We shared that we had at the time 2 applications. We will be reviewing that at our next meeting at the end of the month. We also gave an update as to one of our board members' inquiry regarding the library, doing an interlibrary loan system with the Beaufort County District Library and the County Library doing an interlibrary loan system. Conversation was given on that. We were given a request to continue on that review. The division is continuing on that process.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have some. All right, Ms. Boatright, then Mr. Smith.
Thank you. So who was it, Dr. Stratos, who did the goals for the 2023 academic school year document that's in our board docs? Was that you? I had a Ring doorbell thing and I wish I never had. Did you put that together?
Don't mind as I get close, I don't.
Sorry, I did not mean to put you on the spot. I just, whoever did it, kudos. So happy.
One pager.
Yes, and it's
Actually, this was the one pager put together by Latasha Middleton, if I may. All right. Latasha Middleton put this together for the presentation on the school counselors, as was asked by Mr. Will Smith. So it was prepared by her, ma'am.
Love it. So my questions, though, based on this are: start by conducting a needs assessment to identify by October 30th. Is it possible that the board could see what categories or what trends the needs that needs assessment showed? I don't need names or details. I'm just kind of wondering if there was overlap amongst counselors. And then, so that's kind of a question, kind of a request. Also, it says, track the college acceptance rates and career placement rates of students. And we had talked about this briefly, I think, at the work session. Can we do that? Can we track career placement?
To the best that we're able to obtain the information back and locate students, that is a yes.
Do we have a plan for that, though? Is there software? Is there a...
I could speak with regard to CTE because we are required by law after 6 months of graduation to follow our graduates. That process actually starts in the month of December. I do not have Ms. Middleton here, so I don't want to speak for her tracking process. I think it would be wouldn't be correct. But what I can do is have that question followed up and bring it up at academic committee, set at the next agenda, and then we can bring that information forward, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. If you could be fair enough to I could write that down so I could be exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, that sounds, I'll send you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reference to that, that's why I have been requesting a little bit for a while. And Mrs. Gordon did on the academic committee. She did bring this forward, and I did say at the meeting. I thought that would be a great idea for her, Mrs. Todd Middleton, to come forward and bring that PowerPoint to the board, because a lot of parents has been asking those questions, and I think that informs them and gives them information along with in terms of what that looked like and what that process is. But also I was able to attend a program over at Hilton Head High School on Friday. Right, yeah, Friday. Yeah, yes, correct, Friday. And also in the process of me attending that program over at Hilton Head Friday, that was also National College Application Day. And I went in there, and there was a form that they gave me that basically told the kids exactly how much credits along the way, what they needed, and all that information. And I think that was good information to know, because that was kind of hints into some of my questions that parents has been asking, how are they supposed to know how much exactly credits and what is the requirements of their ninth graders to become seniors? And so I think that type of information coming forward, they'll do for as the from the department and from the guidance, bringing that forth to the board, then that also helps us and that arms us with information when those parent comes at the end of the year during graduation times and say, hey, my kids can't graduate, or hey, what's going on? Then we can say, hey, look, mom, there's a packet that they give out at a certain period of time, tells exactly that information, that what was stated. And I thought that was I was glad that I was invited over to by the principal as well to go and check that what that looked like in terms of National Application Day. But I just want to kudos to the guidance department for doing that. But I think that just makes it more reason why we should have the guidance to come, even though there's an OE, but to come forward and bring that information, because the more the better. I mean, the more ammo that you give us to give the parents and to help them out, I think that it makes it good for everyone, for the good of everyone. That's my first thing. The other thing was I was going to mention in terms of well, I guess I would till we get to the consent agenda. I should have pulled it off the OE. I guess we would want to discuss that during the consent agenda.
That would go to Madam Chair.
So what are you asking?
There was something during the discipline. I guess we could.
Well, it's on the consent agenda.
So okay, so yeah, I just wait till we get to consent to pull that to discuss that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Dallas.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Stratus, I just want to follow up on my colleague, Ms. Boatwright's compliment to you, Ms. Middleton, and you and your staff. I like the fact that quite a few of the goals are numerical, because that enables us to go out and say, here's the percentages last year, here they are this year. So the more you can turn those into numerical goals, as you've done here, is much beneficial and helpful to us in terms of messaging into the public. So thank you and your team.
Madam Chair, I'd like to give kudos to Ms. Middleton, who's put that together, and her work that she does with student services, who's under the work of Dr. White. They've done a lot of work, and kudos. Thank you for making note for the Hilton Head's school counselors as well, Mr. Will. I appreciate Mrs. Smith, because there's some phenomenal workers there. So thank you as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Gordon, does that conclude your report?
Yes, ma'am. That concludes our report at this time. Thank you.
And your next meeting is when?
It will be the fourth Wednesday. Because of the Thanksgiving, I'm looking November 28th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you,
next.
Ms. Robin.
So next we have finance reporting, Chair Colonel Guyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Finance Committee met on October 12th, 2023. The first item that was discussed was the normal reports, the monthly Board of Education budget report, the monthly $1,000 report for the month of August, and the transparency report for the month of August. All of these documents were reviewed with no issues identified. Ms. Denise Matson gave us a overview of the ESSER funds. If you would put up the dashboard, please, the ESSER dashboard. As you can see from the dashboard, we continue on our process to spend every dime of federal funds given to us by the federal government. The amounts in there are shown. Is there any questions on what's being spent for ESSER money?
Okay.
I have a question on the transparency report.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Would now be the appropriate time?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
On the transparency report, Enable My Child had a $300,000 and change bill, which I'm assuming is the annual bill for Hello Hero. I don't know, is that you, Miss Walton? Is that for staff or students? Do you know the percentages? Okay, and then what is the other, and I'm trying to find it here, there's some sort of mental health like home that's got another $100 and some thousand. And I can pull up the name for you real quick here.
For mental health, we actually have several providers.
Yeah, no,
So home is probably Right Directions.
Nope.
No.
Nope. It's hold on, I'll get to it. Oh, you go ahead up. I'll find it.
And Hello Hero, I believe we'll build for 3 different entities through that organization.
It's the Chestnut Hill Mental Health.
I can find that out for you. I don't want to give you bad information.
Yeah, Chestnut Hill Mental Health Center and it's $100 and some thousand.
I can get that to the board tomorrow and let you know specifically where that goes.
And that I'm assuming would be for like a year. Like these are all coming due. It's a year worth of bills. Do they invoice us annually from
They
Hello Hero?
invoice us monthly.
So that's a $300,000 monthly bill for Hello Heroes?
I'm not going to answer that. Let me get my ducks in a row and give you the right answer before I say something that's not
Sounds like a plan.
factual. I will get that to you tomorrow.
Okay.
All right.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Smith?
Also, in terms of the ESSER dashboard, there was a question that was asked for some time now in terms of the extended learning.
We're going to get that's coming up. Well, I'll give you that. We're going to have a special report on that.
Okay. Okay.
It's coming.
Okay. Like as in this report
tonight.
Okay. All right. There we go.
Okay. Any other questions on the ESSER funding? Okay. The next item is got a request for, I believe Mr. Smith asked for this on legal fees. And what the legal fees were, what spent from the 10-year period from 2014 to 2023.
Actually, not on ESSER funds. No, that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about in terms of.
No, I've got that coming.
Yeah.
Oh,
let him
okay.
finish
Oh,
his report, please.
Got you. Okay. Got you.
Okay, it's coming.
Okay, got you. Oh,
This is another one.
Right.
Okay. Which, please put that up. This, for your information, Mr. Smith, you asked for this amount, and that shows you legal fees by year from 2014 to 2023.
And I also asked for a different breakdown on that as well in terms of that this does not include staff as well as the legal in terms of having the staff that we're paying who's in the legal department. I believe this is the outside legal fees. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. And so additionally, at that time I also asked for the staff legal fees as in full totality, how much the district has paid from 2014 until current. So this is just what we paid on the outside. I would like to understand. Go ahead.
Are you asking for the salary for the individual? I mean, because we pay the individual salary,
right?
We don't pay the individual hours like you do another law firm,
right? I'm asking for what I'm asking for is the legal fees within its full totality, as in whether it's a staff member, whether it's outside, and legal fees, and anything discipline, anything pertaining to legal fees from the district from 2014 to 2023. How much have we paid?
Okay,
thank you.
We'll have to, I guess, we'll have to add the salaries of the staff.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll have to come back to you then.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, on the ESSER money that you asked for, this was on the extended project. To show that slide, please. You asked to see the ESSER Community Partnership Initiative Extended Learning Project cost between July 1st, 2022 and June 30th, 2023. And it's shown on this slide.
And on this slide, this basically shows every single dollar that we spent on the in terms of the after school programs at its full totality
for that time period.
For that time period.
Let's have Ms. Crosby come up.
The documents you see before you today are the identical documents that were presented at the Finance Committee. So that's what's bringing forward today. So the requests that were made regarding legal fees and the full program of extended learning will be brought forward to the next Finance Committee. So we're prepared to bring those and gather that information and bring it forward at the next meeting.
Okay. Okay, I'll leave it alone. Thank you, Ms. Crosby. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Ms. Boatright?
I've kind of hot on the trail of these community partnerships, right? Because my concern is $644,000, and the majority of them are in one small part of the county. I don't think it's proportionate to, I know that there is one in program and a new program in Hilton Head, but in Bluffton, as far as I understand, it's just Bluffton self-help. And I'm frustrated because $644,000 spent in a year, and this is now year 3, and we're not getting it out of this one small area. So I had asked for a breakdown by site. Yes. Because the churches that we're partnering with, I think it's a fantastic idea. I don't criticize that at all, but they're basically located within, throwing distance of each other, and they're not large programs. So when I look at the value of moving into other churches in Bluffton or Hilton Head or Okatee, or moving into other community organizations and the number of kids we could be serving, that $644,000 that we're spending on 12 small churches in one part of the county gives me a lot of concern. I think I'm just frustrated because it does not seem, unless we've added a bunch of new, but I know as of July, we hadn't added a bunch of new locations. I mean, we just have to get this going elsewhere.
So I can't speak to the locations and the establishment of those, only to the dollars. And we are preparing the information you requested by location, and I think a per pupil or per location student amount. So we can either provide that in email or bring it to the next Finance Committee and combine that with the remaining requests. Either one is.
Yeah, I think it's a great program. I just want to see it district wide. And at $644,000 and the number of kids, and the number of locations and kids per location, I'm not sure if that's feasible to scale it out into, Bluffton and Hilton Head, the 278 corridor, as Mr. Dallas likes to call it, represents almost 70% of our students. So I don't know if it's even feasible that we scale it at the current budget amount. So I'll look forward to seeing that information and reviewing it. Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Gordon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Crosby, looking at this report, thank you. I would like to see, and I'm sure that all the employees who are employed by the Extended Learning Project, my understanding is that not everyone is paid a salary. So can we get a breakdown of, at the sites, like if you have a director, do they get paid, how much that is? And how they spend the monies, how the monies are spent to fund these sites. And I'm like Miss Ingrid, I would like to see, some more on the other side of the
Actually, we don't pay employees at the sites. We pay a contracted rate. So when you see that the majority of the cost you're going to see up here is contracted services with the partner sites of $501,000 for that 1 year period. So we pay a contract for the totality of the expenses of the site based on a scripted amount per site. So we do not pay employees at those sites. They pay their own employees.
So when they receive the funds, they pay their employees, like the teachers and.
Now I do and am aware of sites that also have volunteer workers for that tutor children as well. So I think it's probably a combination of payment of salaries at some sites and volunteers as well. There's some churches that have students, older students that come in and are able to tutor the younger students, and various programs at the churches and things like that.
Okay. I like this program. I'm just asking about making sure that if we can keep it and we're not paying people, or are we paying people? How much a director gets, how much a teacher gets. I mean, I would like to see that breakdown if I could.
I think you're probably referring to you probably want to see the contract, a template of a contract or one of the contracts. We can certainly provide that. And it's going to have all inclusive costs, rental of the facility and so on. What we do pay for is transportation, salaries and benefits. So these are the bus drivers going to and from the sites. So that's the only salaries and benefits that we would incur on behalf of this. Other than the, I think we have a coordinator as well, an after-school coordinator, and so their costs would be incurred in the budget or activity under the ESSER funds as well.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Dr. Rodriguez, do you want to comment? No, okay. Mr. Dallas? Yeah, I think your microphone is on.
This program, I think, is essential in terms of growth. When we look at the fundamental trajectory of the American family, it is disintegrating, and that is affecting performance. And I think we have to have candid conversations about how do we, as a school district and as a society, compensate for the deterioration of what the kids get between birth and 5. So when we talk about the strategic review, I think this is one of those things to really tee up and get cost per pupil, which is really what you're trying to drive at, so that we can compare, because I think when you do come to the 278 card, it might be a little bit more expensive. Hopefully there can be testing, so we have numerical performance improvements that we can say we spent so much cost per pupil, but here's the academic improvement. So I just want to tee that up. I think this is something that we really need a very rigorous review, consideration, because I think Beaufort County can leap to the forefront of public education in the entire United States. So that I applaud you for this start. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
First off, let me start by saying, I thank you all, my colleagues, for being actively engaged in this conversation. This is some of the point of me bringing some of these things out, so that we can have this rigorous conversation like we're having now. But there are a couple of things. Let me bring out one of the first thing is this 644. It's a drop in the bucket. When you look at the results to our schools coming from coming from the state taking them over, or what we have moved the in terms of the points of the report cards that we just got as a district report card. Whether we believe it or not, when you look at the schools that are impacted or were impacted from last year to this year, where we had those after school programs at, from these after school programs, those scores have moved. So it shows where either we want to put the money in the educational process to help and aid that, or either we don't. That's exactly why I'm asking, why I asked for what the information that I asked for, because I knew this was coming in terms of moving forward and how we're going to strategize in our budget session coming up within a matter of months. That's the first thing. And the second thing I will say is, in this, when you look at the 278 corridor and you look at the poverty area on this side, and you look at the resources, key thing, resources and relationships. When you look at the resources in terms of Boys and Girls Club that they have over on Hilton Head, and the different resources that we have on this side, and in the Bluffton area, we don't have those resources. So that's why this funding was in these places was strategically point out to help change these. And Dr. Rodriguez and his staff and some other people along the way strategically did this. And see, we didn't have this concern when he made that presentation on last week of the last meeting that told us where our school report cards were. Where did y'all think that those results came from? Not just the classroom. I told y'all it takes a community effort. And this is the results of the community effort. Now, if it was 2.5 or it was 5.5, then I could see the concern. So moving forward, I'm looking for my colleagues to say, hey, look here, we might want to spend more money. We'll be looking to want to continue this and allocate money for this to continue these and foster these relationships that we've started. So I just want to point these things out in terms of where we're going, what the district is doing, and us really understanding what we're asking for. Because I've been saying this from day one in terms of when I've been on in terms of when we have these conversations about funding. We have to put our money where our mouth is. From these scores and how we educate our kids, that brings upon the crime rate, upon different jobs coming to this area. All that, and these after school programs, believe it or not, they've shown, whether they've mentioned it or not, or some people have understand it, they have helped. So I just want to bring that forward. And also thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Thank you, and kudos to you for that. I mean, and I know this conversation was going to come about, but just keep those just a couple things for food for thought. And if I came across in a way that may say that I'm preaching to you, I'm not preaching to you. I just want to give you solid facts in terms of spending this money and understanding that we can't compare apples to oranges because some kids have different measures. And if there are kids that are on the other side of the block who may need these resources that we're giving kids on this side, I'm all for it. Let's do it. Let's figure out how to make that happen. Thank you.
Ms. Boatright.
Thank you. As I said from the beginning of my comments, I am not looking to remove any of these programs. I am looking to expand these programs. And what I will say is the misperception. Hilton Head does have tremendous resources. Bluffton has tremendous resources. I'm on the board of the Boys and Girls Club. We also have the Neighborhood Outreach Center. We have those sorts of opportunities. We have some churches. However, one of the things working with the school district brings a lot of benefits that you can't get outside of the school system. I think the Boys and Girls Club and NOC should work with the school district. We should be working together on sharing software, data, communication, helping these patients, sorry, still at work, helping these students, right? So it's more than just money. But it's also a question of Hilton Head schools are all their elementary schools, their ECC, and I believe their middle school are Title I. They are 60% non-English speaking. And I deal with these kids all the time. They come from other countries. They don't have health insurance. They don't speak the language. And to say that we are low needs, our community is doing everything we can. But I think I don't feel preached to, but I think it makes a lot of sense, as you like to say with data, there are high needs over here too. So let's great 3 years of this program over there at $644,000 a year is fantastic. Just like you said, we got to scale this out and we've got to take the changes, if they are occurring in these programs, which I think they are, and move them into the broader county. Doesn't take anything away from what's going on there. But I am frustrated after 3 years that I'm looking at these kids and they don't have that partnership with the school. In addition to which, having the community, whether it's Hilton Head or Bluffton or Okatee, having that connection with the school provides a lot of other benefits. It provides more support for referendums. It provides more support for tax raises. It provides more support for people understanding what's going on in our schools, which is a constant complaint that if you're not actively in the school or on the school board or a parent that's engaged, you don't know what's going on. So I spent a lot of my time this last couple of weeks saying, have you guys heard about the referendum? And mostly hearing, no, what referendum? Because they're not engaged. So we have this community engagement partnership needs to move out. It needs to spread across the county. We need to continue to reap the benefits and we need to look at the costs. And I don't want to take anything away from St. Helena, but it is not fair to say that the kids on Hilton Head are less deserving of some of this support, or the kids in Bluffton don't need it, because we don't know that. And you don't know that. So that is I've been talking about this for a while.
Mr. Earl Campbell.
For the program to work, the community has to want to get involved. And that's what happened on this side of the Broad River. You've got many churches in Bluffton, you've got many churches on Hilton Head. Are they concerned? Well, then if they're concerned, they need to step to the plate.
Well, it's like,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah, let's not just have a back and forth.
No,
Let Mr. Campbell speak and then.
Because I have relatives that live on Hilton Head, and I know many of them don't go to the Boys and Girls Club, and there is poverty on Hilton Head. And I'm not talking about non-English speakers. I'm talking about Native Americans that live over there, Native Islanders. And the community has to get involved, period. Not just a couple of churches, all the churches. And you're not going to see, like I said before at the work session, you're not going to see any improvement in the achievement gap until we have a good foundation, which we do not have. So that's just my thing. Thank you.
Mr. Dallas.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Campbell. As a matter of fact, I agree with basically what everything's been said so far. What I'm proposing is that we need a large strategic detailed review of where the demand is. What are the causal factors that are causing families to be this way in terms of, I mean, it's more than just saying, let's roll them out, although I do agree with what Ms. Boatwright is saying. But I think we have an opportunity to be the point of the sphere nationwide if we can solve this societal gap that has developed over the last 40 or 50 years. That's all I'm saying. And so I think it's great what's so far. I understand why it started on this particular area, geography. I understand that. The demographics will clearly say that was an appropriate starting place. I think what Ms. Boatwright and I are saying is we found when you dig beneath the surface of the 278 corridor, there's a tremendous amount of poverty there. And we need to make sure if we're going to raise the overall scores, we have a blanket approach. That's all. It's not taken from one area and bringing it to another. It's raising the whole bar.
Mr. Smith?
And I definitely appreciate that. What the information that you brought, as well as the information that Mrs. Ingrid Boatwright has brought. And by no stretch of my imagination do I definitely want to say there's might not be poverty over there. But it's great to hear that people over there want to be engaged and they want to be actively engaged in this process to help us out. Because to be quite honest, this program really started in one area and then it drifted to another area and ended on this side of the Broad, and I believe that's kind of where that was when the fire started. But I appreciate your words, and I have my support on that happening. But sometimes also as board members, remember I keep saying we have to actually get engaged and bring those people forward who are telling us that information. Because just for FYI, when I had those people who were willing to hold these after school tutorings, then I connected them with Dr. Strauss and her team so that they were able, and Mrs. Crosby, to make that happen. So that's just some food for thought. But thank you. That's all I want to say.
Colonel Guyer.
Okay. The next Finance Committee meeting is scheduled for November 16th at starting at 2:30 p.m. And Madam Chair, that ends my report.
Thank you. Next, we have Legislative Committee Chair Earl Campbell reporting. Use your microphone, please.
Our last meeting report was given at the work session. So our next meeting is November 15th at 5 p.m.
Thank you. So next we have Operations Chair Colonel Guyer reporting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Operations Committee meeting was held on 10th of October. And the first item on my report is Mr. Otting and Mr. Steve Andrews from Anderson Engineering presented an easement request for Watercrest Apartments to connect to the sewer line on WK Alston Drive. That's the drive that goes right in front of Robert Small's Leadership Academy. Therefore, I move that the Board of Education provide an acceptance of the sewer force main connection easement for the Watercrest Apartments onto WK Alston as presented.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Mr. Otting, could you come up and brief the board on that, please?
Yes. So this is the apartment complex that's proposed to go behind Walmart on WK Alston. They have come to the operations committee previously about a driveway permit. That is not what this is about. The committee has asked for additional information that they propose to come back at a later date to talk about the driveway permit. This is for a connection to sewer. It will be on the opposite side of WK Alston from the school. So as far as Staff recommendation is to approve this because it really has no impact on traffic or the school. So if there are any other questions, I'll be glad to answer those.
Okay.
Me and Mr. Smith are just
Okay.
trading off.
All right. We'll let you go ahead.
Okay. I don't have but I do, I'm calling to attention to this because I think we have to be very careful. There's so much development going in around Robert Smalls, and we've had multiple groups approach us about easements. It's a real traffic concern because I know that I think they've got something like 1,500 apartments permitted in that area. And then like the largest, what did they say? The largest shopping center in the Low Country or something. So I want to be really careful that we don't accidentally provide access. I don't think that's what this is, but this keeps coming up. And what I wanted to take the opportunity to raise is I think we need to, and we've had this come up with the Cherry Hill development and Okatee. We've got to figure out a way to get everybody in the room on these developments, not just with easements, but capacity, et cetera. If you're putting in 1,500 apartments, you should be talking to the school district about what they can absorb. You should be talking about traffic patterns and buses, because I know there was one proposal that actually brought an easement through our bus lot. Like it was a medical building and they wanted to drive through the back end of our bus parking lot. And I think they see the school district as sort of an easy get, right? If it's private property, they're going to fight, they're going to charge you for it. So I think there is an opportunity here. We should form some sort of a coalition with the county or maybe the town of Hilton Head, since they have issues permitting things, with developers, so that as we go forward in this period of what looks like phenomenal growth along 170 and phenomenal infrastructure problems that are not really being addressed in a timely fashion, can we come up with some way to have these discussions not so piecemeal and where they just keep bringing it back and we say, come back with this study, come back with that study. I feel like the sharks are in the water and WK Alston's got a little bit of blood on it, Anybody?
Mr. Smith?
Actually, Mrs. Boatwright, you're spot on to some of my degree. Because I remember we talked about this even when you were when you were heading operations, and I remember this coming forth with Mr. Rotting. But Mrs. Guy, when did this come forward? This came forward the last meeting. Well, let me say this. I have a problem with this, and let me say this, and let me tell the public why. Because of the fact that these developers are coming to us and they're not giving our teachers no break in these apartments, and they ain't giving us no breaks. The only person this benefits is a developer. Why should we benefit the developer and help them out when they're not helping us out? They're not helping us in terms of buses. They're not helping us in terms of staff. I really feel like we're doing our citizens a disservice because they're getting a break off of it, and they're not paying us nothing for this easement, and they're not giving us nothing. Why in the heck should we take tax dollars property and give it to them? This is wrong. This is dead wrong, and I do not believe in giving developers a break, because as a developer, when he gets done with this project, he's going to sell it to somebody or he's going to make some money off of it. What are we getting out of these? And I told the operations committee before, when they bring this before, the question is, what are we getting out of these from these developers? If we're not getting nothing out of it, then we are wronging our citizens, because developers make a hell of a lot of money. And I mean, just like that. They make a hell of a lot of money, and we have kids here who we need to educate. What are they putting towards our bottom line? I can't support that because of everything I just said. This is wrong.
You have any comment?
Mr. Campbell?
Yes. I would just like to say this. Many of the stuff that is going on around Robert Smalls is in the city limits, and maybe we need to talk to the city planner to solve some of these problems. But let me say this: if we don't give them the easement to tap in, Sewer and Water Authority are gonna make sure that they get a line going somewhere. So we're not gonna stop them, whether we agree or not. There's another development coming up further down from Robert Small School, and that is going to be on the Castle Rock area, and so We're not going to stop the development on 170 as long as it's within the city limits of Beaufort. Maybe we want to, but we won't be able to do it. Thank you.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, Walmart is in the city limits of Beaufort. This development that's to the north of them that's going in, the one that we're talking about, is still county. The city of Beaufort has not annexed it yet, and they're talking about it. In fact, the city of Beaufort's talking about annexing the property that Robert Smalls is on, but it's not, it's just in the talking phase. So it's county right now. And Mr. Campbell is correct. This is a sewer easement. This is going to be dug underneath the ground. We won't even know it's there, but there's no advantage to us or disadvantage to us. Now, the access road that they want to put on and Alston Ray, that's the one that you had major problems with, and I do too, because that's traffic coming out right where the buses have to turn. They're going to have to either expand the road. There's a lot of other issues, but this particular issue doesn't have that kind of conflict. It's going to be a sewer pipe that you'll never see, or it won't cause any issues. And if we play hardball with the contractor, the sewer and water department is also going to play hardball with us. And I don't know that that's one we want to get involved in. So that's why I strongly recommend that we approve this easement. Now, the excess easement, that's another issue. And I think we have serious problems with that. But this one has low impact. Would you agree with that, Mr. Auditor?
Yes, I'd say that's why I agree with everything you're saying as far as making sure we're just not giving away property. But in this instance, it really has no impact on us, and they will find another way to connect if it's not through us. So.
Ms. Boatright.
And just quickly as a follow-up, I support that giving the sewer easement for just that. Although I will point out the reason they need the sewer easement is because they basically overloading the sewer system. I just think it was an opportunity because we had the Cherry Hill discussion and there was some issues with the affordable housing. There's just a lot going on. And I'm saying, I'm kind of piggybacking on this on the agenda and saying, can we not as a board have some sort of a committee or something where we're getting county, city developers? Because I just can sense either with the WK Alston thing and you drive by there, oh my goodness, it's changing weekly, and 170, that I feel like we're going to end up in a spot. And I'd like to be proactive. But no, I 100% want to give them a sewer X. And also, Mr. Smith, they did say that they would consider giving us some sort of a compensation, like reduced rate for apartments for teachers. Like that's part of the discussion, you know, if that comes to it. So I don't mean to castigate the developers. I just think it's the process as a whole that needs to be addressed.
Yep. Mr. Dallas.
Okay, so some time ago, we had some conversations about some potential purchases where we were making valuations of the properties. And I think sometimes in our efforts to be such a great neighbor, we sacrifice value that we could actually pull into the school district. So don't want to play hardball, right? But maybe one way to go about it, because as a deal, we should be capturing some of the improvements that are going to accrue to this developer. So that's fair. And so with that in mind, instead of playing hardball, maybe we can go to them and say, hey, what about you creating a charitable organization that's going to help us with our after-school programs? Because if they're taking 1,500 units in there, you extrapolate that, that's a ton of money. You're running out the economics 20, 25 years, it's a lot of money. And so maybe to Ms. Boatright's point, if we set up a process where we say, what's the quid pro quo? We're happy to support it. We want the area to grow, but we have financial and organizational needs as well. So help us. And then maybe that gives you that. So even though it's an easement underground, wouldn't be seen, it still is going to enable them to see significant value. And I think we should get a portion of that.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Das, for being so polished and bringing my point across. I definitely do appreciate that. That is exactly my point right there. Yeah, they can work with us and give us something for that, and I will stand on that. And I mean, just that. Yeah, they might can go another way, but I believe that we can get a piece of that pie as well because we need it. Yeah. So that's just what I said. I mean, Mrs. Boatwright, I don't want to castrate them, but however you said, whatever you said, I might not have the correct pronunciation, but my point is this. I do want to let them know that we are not going to sit here and just give them free work, and that there are people sitting at this table who are going to hold them accountable the same way we hold our superintendent and everyone else accountable. And that's basically it, though. Thank you,
Ms. Gordon.
Okay, after we castrate them. I think this is great dialogue, but I'm also concerned about the safety of our kids. So we're expanding. We've got a brand new school there, and we've got all of this growth. We need to look at the security of Robert Smalls. I'm not a proponent of putting up fences, but if that's what it takes to keep people that we don't need on our campuses, we need to look at that point of view as well. Because as you're saying, 1,500 families, and you've got a new mall that's coming across the street, you've got Walmart, and then you've got our Leadership Academy right there in the middle, and nobody's talking about adding security to that campus. Thank you.
All right.
But I'd like to make a motion, actually.
Oh, you got a motion on the table. We got to
Oh,
vote
sorry.
on.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. All right. That's a lot of discussion. I think we're ready to vote on the motion. So would you just read it again since a lot of discussion has happened?
The motion is that the Board of Education provide acceptance of the sewer force main connection easement for the Watercrest Apartments onto WK Alston as presented.
And I've forgotten who seconded. Okay, thank you. All right. And we're taking the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Middleton, I.
All right. Nays? Okay. And any abstentions? So the motion carries. 6-3. Yeah. I believe it's 6-3. Raise your hand again if you said no. It was Gordon, Smith, and Dallas. Yeah, so the six in favor. So the motion carries. All right. Please continue.
All right.
Is regarding to this? Okay, go ahead.
I think that we should I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Education form a ad hoc development committee to evaluate a process for all these easement requests and attendance issue. I didn't have a way to phrase this. It started off so good. And I'd like to basically form an ad hoc development committee to develop a process to work with community partners and developers and other government agencies to have a comprehensive and strategic evaluation.
Seconded for conversation.
I was not my best. I'm terrible at motions. I don't want to tell you.
Okay. So we basically had this in the past. That was the growth committees that we had. And having served on the Bluffton one, you just can't get everybody to cooperate. I mean, that doesn't sound very positive, but it's true. In terms of all these, all these different groups that have some aspect of development and the schools and this, they don't have to cooperate. So I guess, I certainly understand why it would be very helpful, but I don't think we've gone down this road. I don't see how that's going to, why now would it work when it didn't before? Mr. Geyer.
I have to concur. Right now, it's so up in the air between the city and the county on what's going to happen to that area around Robert Smalls. And secondly, we tried to get the county and the cities to approve an impact fee.
Right.
which is what they're supposed to be paying. That's what that contractor is supposed to be paying for the impact they have on schools. And it failed. It failed to get through. Not us. We wanted it. We had a study that we submitted, and it was not accepted by communities. The county got it for a while, and then the cities sued them, and we have nothing. So we have no strength in going in as a group to try to make something happen. So I think it sounds good. It makes us feel good, but I think it has very little impact.
Mr. Kimball?
I would just say this because our last meeting with Councilman Dawson, we met with the developer that is going to build homes out in near Robert Smalls. And I can tell you, they are not going to change their mind. No matter what we do, we don't have the power. And the other thing is to have a committee to meet with county planning, city planning. It's not going to work because they have a committee now where they have members from the city, Port Royal, Burton, that meet on Friday, but they have their meetings a lot of times when we have our meetings. So it's going to be very, very hard for us to do that. I would, maybe we can sit down with the county planning and talk to them. But as far as sitting down with these developers, I can tell you now, they are not going to budge on anything that's going on around Robert Smalls and 170 and Broad River Road. They will not. Because we've been talking to them for the last several years, and you're not going to change their mind.
Yeah. Since I made the motion.
Just a minute, Mr. Smith.
In terms of the motion that Mrs. Boatwright made, partly I'm down the middle. Partly I was looking for more for her to say in terms of in the motion being in terms of the county municipalities. I was looking for a little for more of that engagement part of it. The second thing is I'm almost torn because I feel like the operations committee does do a little bit of that, but in terms of how deep we go, I believe it depends on the committee as a whole, as well as the chair of the committee, what we do. And I think that's something that we would want to do. I think that the operations committee had that. I believe they may have that wiggle room to do those when those things do come forward, in terms of that. So that's the other thing that made me, that made me a little leery. And we already talk about meetings and how much meeting time, how much time we're spending in meetings and different things like that. But in terms of the actual motion. Like I said, I'm just kind of torn in two. I'm torn in two ways about the motion because I think that one partly the operations committee does do some of that, but I was looking for your motion to be more directed into the actual municipalities and us getting together and actually working around to.
And I don't mean to cut you off, but
no problem. Go ahead.
Point of order. When you make the motion, you're usually the first to speak because we're debating not the motion I made. I sent it to Robin. I think
So we need it up here.
Yeah, email.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Okay.
Because what I think to your point, Mr. Smith, and I agree, the growth, it was more about getting research and understanding what was happening. I think what we as a board have been, and I'm not talking about Robert Smalls. I'm talking about 170. I'm talking about Cherry Hill. I'm talking about, and I do talk to developers. I know developers. They're a lot more willing to work with the school board than we think. They are told that the school board is not interested, even though we never discuss it. I have had developers reach out to me and say, is that true? Can we have, lunch? Can we meet? Can we talk about things? So there's a tremendous amount of growth in unincorporated Beaufort County along 170 and into Robert Smalls area. We are going to be reactive again. And basically, once the development's already permit, we should know what developments are permitted. We should know how that's going to impact. We should have some sort of estimates, because I'm pretty sure the developers and the traffic planners have it, as to how many families they're anticipating in that, how many children are going to be added into that. We should know what the traffic patterns are going to be. And it's not so that we have a say, it's so that we are part of the process. Because right now, what I feel happens is it's brought to us after all the decisions have been made, and we're trying to scramble and figure out how to keep the kids safe, how to keep the kids transported, how cars don't back up onto 170. And we spent, what, $1 million on a bus loop trying to just adjust for the fact that cars were backing up. We should be in the process earlier. So this motion is actually to create a committee to talk about how that process might look. How do we have those relationships with Beaufort County Council, with County Planning Commission, with the city of Beaufort, and with developers? And I think that's doable. I think this is a short-term committee. I don't think this is a year-long committee. I think it's a several months, and they come back at the end and they say, here's what we think is the process that we could do, that where we're not the last to know that 600 kids are going to come into one of our schools.
Let Robert address this, because I know you are informed and blah, blah, blah.
What I did, where you're leading this as far as getting with the different government organizations, and Mr. Campbell kind of alluded to it already, there is a Northern Regional Planning Commission and a Southern Regional Planning Commission. The Southern Regional Planning Commission is not as active. The Northern Regional has been pretty active. And what we can do for those that are interested, so Carol Crutchfield typically goes to those, and there is also a Highway 170 corridor plant group. It's a regional planning group about the growth on the 170 corridor. And I've been attending those. And actually, I just got invited from those probably in the last 3 months. But that's a pretty active group, because they're looking at what you're talking about, population growth on 170, what they're looking at, the road improvements requirements, and what the future traffic counts and things of those natures. And I say all that, just say that I'll have no problem letting y'all know. Now, especially the Southern Regional and the Northern, when those meetings occur, and I can send it out through Robin to all the board members. So if you're interested in attending those, because that is what they discuss. Now, the Southern Regional is not as active, but they do talk about upcoming permits and all those kind of things. So I definitely can provide that information for you.
Because I feel like we're not getting that information. Like I didn't know we had this 170 regional planning. We had that whole conversation about Okatee, and I never heard that. I mean, maybe I wasn't paying attention.
Well, no, I mean, I just recently now that's traffic engineers, and it's not really government entities like the Northern Regional and the Southern Regional. It's more the traffic engineering group, because they're doing studies on the traffic and the impacts and the growth on 170.
And I don't care what they're doing. I'm just saying they're providing information. We're not getting it till after a lot of decisions have been made. That's kind of my point.
And I don't mind. I mean, what I can do is ask that group potentially if they would come to either the operations committee and give an update kind of on what they're seeing. Because I tell you, there's some staggering statistics because they're looking at planning for the next 25 years. And it's mind blowing what they're talking about.
No, as a business owner, that's what I'm hearing. Yeah. I hear these things and what I've heard, and I'm sorry, I'm speaking out of turn. I apologize. But I did have someone tell me that the reason this wasn't happening was because they were told the school board was opposed to it. And I was like, I've been on the school board 3 years. I've never heard about it. So,
but I just started attending these.
No. It's just that there's misconceptions.
Yeah.
And and that's why I feel like we need to talk about how we can be better informed and better involved earlier in the process when we're making budget decisions, when we're making easement decisions. And that's the essence of my motion.
All right, Mr. Dallas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought Ms. Boatwright's motion actually was to develop an internal committee so that we could decide what we want to do in these types of situations. I think it's too complex right now and too divisive at the multi-governmental level for us to achieve anything. So I'm happy. And if the operations committee has already been working in this area, I say just deposit that into their basket and ask them to tell us how do we approach these types of things going forward. What is that?
Dr. Rodriguez.
In prior school district where I worked, board members had one individual who was appointed to either serve on those committees or those boards that might be at the county level or something like that. So, my recommendation would be that as elected officials, as board members, that you reach out to your counterpart on county council, for example, and request that you be allowed to appoint somebody to serve on behalf of the board to those committees. Then you get firsthand information, and you bring it back to operations committee, to whatever committee you want to bring it back to, and share with us, the district staff, as part of that process. Then you have somebody on boots on the ground in terms of the discussions and the conversations.
Okay, so that's a little different than the motion we're going to vote on.
Okay, so true. And I am happy to withdraw my motion on this because I like that idea better. I was just like trying to figure out a foothold into the process, and your experience. If I think that's a great plan, I don't think it needs to be a motion, but I mean, I could amend the emotion and say, look, we need to get someone on these committees that's responsible, and we can have different people going to different committees. However, maybe we can put this on the agenda for next board meeting. But I love that idea, because that is the whole thing, is how do we get a voice? How do we hear what's happening? And so we're not reacting.
Yeah, and I think that's much better than having our own separate committee. We've tried that. We tried that, and even though we met with like the Bluffton town and the this and the that and the
no, I didn't
and
know
just
that was an
as
option.
Colonel Geyer pointed out, impact fees went nowhere. Yes, they went a little bit, and then withdrawn by the county. I just think we don't have the power or authority as a group.
So you can.
I think that recommendation, is in line with your role as board members, right? And the community at large, right? So,
Mr. Smith.
Just just my last thoughts is that. And part of her motion, it seems like this is a part of to understand the process. So just my proposal just one thing, I just give let the operations committee know that I will be bringing this to the operations committee, because I think that at the operations committee, we should start unpacking this and figuring out, since that she is willing to withdraw her motion so that we can understand how we want to work this out. I think that we should take this and figure out how that process can better work for everyone, and in terms of what we think that we could figure out to make this work for the great of everyone.
And so I'd like to request
and also, I am to Dr. Rodriguez's point. I do know that on county council they have different people who they do send to different meetings, like what you're talking about, like to low carb and to different things that who are in these decision makings to these different groups. So county council should understand that, because they send some of their members to meetings like what he's talking about. So we as a school board, we hadn't had that opportunity, because I believe they have the overview of us in terms of our budget. So I guess maybe the relationship was never established, or maybe that's something that we could do from the operations committee. Thank you.
So let me just say, as the presiding officer, your motion was already second, and under Robert's rules, you can't withdraw
I
it.
can request that the chair I can request you to withdraw it.
Okay, or what I was going to say, if there are no objections to Ms. Boatwright withdrawing the motion that was seconded, it will be withdrawn. If you have an objection, voice your objection now, please.
I object. Just want to be on record. I object.
So I'd like to request formally that my motion be withdrawn, and also that we put.
Well, he objects, so now we got to vote. Let's just vote.
Okay, fine.
Just vote. Okay. All right. So if you think the idea that Dr. Rodriguez just talked about is better, you're going to vote this down. That to me is the logical way. Okay. So all in favor of the motion as displayed on the screen, please say, raise your hand and say aye. Okay. All those who object, say nay. Nay.
Middleton, nay.
Thank you. And abstention?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, so that is gone. That fails. All right. So now yes, Robert?
If I can, just from what I heard out of the two things I'd like to add, if I can, board members in the past have attended these planning meetings, so there's nothing against your ability to do that. I'll make sure that we get that information out to you so that you're aware of when they occur. And I'll also reach out to the county and see if we can get an update on the 170 corridor and what their committee is doing. So I'll do both those things.
Yes, Colonel Geyer.
Mr. Corbin at the last operations committee gave us the complete monthly construction update. You heard the clock report today that had the only issues that were in that update. Does anybody else have any questions about the construction update? Okay, we'll move on. Ms. Cartledge presented the third quarter FOIA report. I think that, are you prepared to share that with us, Ms. Cartledge?
Good evening, board members. Our third quarter FOIA report, we informed the operations committee that we continue to see the number of FOIA requests increase. We had 26 requests in the third quarter. Last year during this time, we had a total of 19 requests. We have seen about a 36% increase in requests. We continue to see an increase in requests as the school year progresses. So.
Any questions?
Sir?
I said, we are fulfilling all our FOIAs, correct?
Yeah, we're working on them every day. Yes, sir.
But in other words, we are working towards fulfilling.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's
Yes, sir.
important. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Next item, Mr. Otting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brought forward Regulation OS 28, naming new schools, mascots, and colors in preparation for the board to establish a naming committee for the potential new school in Bluffton. Therefore, I move the Board of Education create a naming of the new Bluffton School Committee. Mr. Otting, could you, do I get a second?
Second that motion.
Okay, Mr. Otting, could you give a little background?
Yes, we're at the point of the design of the new elementary school, pre-K through 5 on the May River campus, that we're needing colors and mascots to be incorporated into that design. And so according to the AR, it is the jurisdiction of the board and the committee chairwoman to put together a committee. Regulation OS 28 has some advice or some recommendations on who should be on that committee, such as school improvement council, school representatives, 4 community leaders from the area, the principals of the affected area, and district office representatives. What we would like as far as a timeline is for by the beginning of December that a committee to be formed, if that can be put together, so that we can start working with that group on potential names and mascots and colors for a future school, with the goal of having that together by early spring, by March, no later than March, so that can all be incorporated into that school design. Are there any questions about that process?
So people may ask, how often do you anticipate meeting? Monthly?
I can't remember how many meetings we had, like 2 or 3 meetings with the I'm thinking back to River Ridge and May River. There's also, they put out surveys to the students. The main impacted schools that we're talking about here is obviously Pritchardville. Pritchardville is the predominant, but there may also be some impact of, say, MC Riley. So when we're talking about the schools that are directly impacted, it's going to be the New Riverside area. So that's primarily Pritchardville, but it could go out into some MC Riley areas. Bluffton Elementary would be impacted just due to the fact of the areas of New Riverside that have been zoned to Bluffton Elementary. So those are the 3 impacted schools that should be considered. Yeah. I mean, it'd be a couple meetings, 2-3 meetings.
Okay. Mr. Smith?
So basically, this is the school that you're asking about this for is this not the school that's on the referendum, is it?
Yes.
I have a problem with that just because I don't like I like to put the cart before the horse. And we're not sure. So I think it would be inappropriate for us to take this vote tonight, based upon we don't have the results yet, and we're could be false leading people, because if it didn't go out in the favor of the district, then I remember before when I first got on the board, we had the same situation where the prior board promised the community something that they came to us and they demanded us that we deliver on. And so with this right here, if that happened tonight and it didn't rule in our favor, then we could be faced with that same issue. And I'm here to tell you, we caught help from the community about what the prior board had expressing that they were going to do that, and that the new board was like, nah, because we ran into some issues. So this kind of makes me very uncomfortable to be inclined to support this tonight. I just think that the next meeting it would be more suitable. But at this time, because of that, I can't support that. But I have no problems with this. I support it, but I just like to know that we have the green light before I do. That's just me personally, William Smith. Thank you.
Can you put the motion up? Okay, ready for the vote? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Middleton?
Aye.
Thank you. Any nays
William Smith, no.
and any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries 8-1.
Madam Chair, Mr. Otting provided the committee an update on the sale of the 20 Maryfield Road property on Defusky Island. And that update was that it was sold and closed out. And any questions from the full board on that? Okay, moving on. Mr. Otting also presented the maintenance and custodial monthly summary update on behalf of Ms. Brandy Major for the period of September 1st to the 30th, 2023. And Mr. Otting also shared with the committee the scope of work and specifications for ground maintenance for non-athletic fields and athletic fields. Are there any questions about anything that was brought up there?
Mr. Smith?
And the update that he bring up in terms of the athletic fields, and I know we have several, all our fields are turf. I'm just curious, how much is it costing us to keep those fields updated? Was that in that report?
We did not talk about cost at the committee meeting. I'd be glad to bring that to the operations committee if that's needed.
Yes, sir. Because I would definitely want to make sure that we are upkeeping those fields, because I was looking at something the other day on the internet, and I didn't realize that it costs a lot to keep those fields updated and in full swing of operations, because if not, it could cause people in general to broke ankles and have different things. And we definitely want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to make sure that we are doing that, just to see what it actually costs to do that.
What I can tell you is that we have extended our contract with Brightview that's over athletic fields to also include the artificial turf fields. And it is cheaper, but it is close to the same cost as a natural turf field. So, but I can bring you that data to next operations committee.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next Operations Committee meeting is on November 14th at 5 p.m. for operations, and on November 29th at 5 o'clock for human resources reports. That concludes my committee report.
Thank you. Next, we have policy, and the chair of policy, Rachel Wisniewski, is not in attendance tonight. So that would leave Ingrid Carlson to present. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you
Perfect.
can if you want, but she asked me to prepare. I've prepared a report.
Go right ahead.
All right. So we had our policy committee meeting. We had one recently on Friday, the 3rd, which is not going to be in this report because it was not on the agenda. But going back even further than that, I'll quickly go over. We inserted language at the request of the board. GC2, we added any committee reports not available at the time of the draft agenda for board members will be placed on the following board meeting agenda. So I just gave you an example. GC5, we've put in there, committees customarily will prepare recommendations in a form of a motion for future board agenda and consideration. OE4, we added, I think, the word volunteer. No, yes, and volunteers was added to GC 5. Let's see, was it GC 4-5? And finally, we added security to the other GC. I'm sorry, I got off my little board here thing here. So that was pretty basic. We also had 2 motions, you may recall. One was recommendations for changes to public policy comment that failed at the work session. But we also had a second motion, which was to update the public comment card and virtual public comment card option. We have not disposed of that motion. So I would like advice from the board as to how we proceed.
I was going to suggest that we have agenda setting. Our next agenda setting is Monday, which would be November 13th. So I was going to suggest that the officers decide how are we going to proceed, where should we put that motion and the public comment issue.
So I'll let you handle that on Monday.
Yep.
Okay, that's pretty much wraps up policy.
Okay. All right, technology, Miss Boatwright.
Stay right here. Keep the channel right here. So we actually had a really interesting technology meeting where basically we have a, and it's in your board docs, or what do we call it now? Diligent docs. It's in our diligent docs for all the software that the district has. And they did a really nice job. They broke it down by category. So if you see our department on the left-hand side, it's what software is used by communications, by HR, by finance. And they also provide a lot of other information, how it's billed, what kind of software it is. Sorry, I don't love Diligent yet. I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm at Zoom 1,250%. Okay. The description, then who uses it, what's the target user group, and kind of where we are in the billing cycle with them. So it was really interesting. And you'll see at the bottom here, or at the side, 3 columns: usage reports, analytic reports, and custom reports. So starting to build a picture of what software is actually being used in the district and how it's being used. And I thought we had a really good discussion. Chairman Guads was there, Mr. Smith, Mr. Dallas, and we're talking about, I think, the efficiency factor. Are we duplicating anywhere? How much of this software is being utilized? Because there's and how often is that reviewed? And Mr. Shohan said, especially when it comes to ISD, that they meet quarterly and review these software programs and see what's working and what's not, that people have to go through a process to add software on there. We talked about how that gets budgeted, and some of it comes out of the department's budget. So it's really, and some of it comes out of just the tech budget, but most of it comes out of the specific department budgets. So it's really starting to pull all these little disparate pieces together. And so this was a really good start and a really good platform for analyzing software. The concerns that were raised going forward is, especially when it comes to ESSER, we bought a lot of software with ESSER. What are we keeping and what are we getting rid of when the ESSER dollars are gone? And how they're going to be looking at that. We talked about how they budget for software, how they use software, where the reports go. We talked about interoperability, and that's something that, is a big concern for me, is that we have all these different programs, and if they're not talking to each other, no one will use them. And I know that happens in the past at the schools where, you go log into one system, then you've got to log into another one to get a different piece of information. And really in 2023, we need to focus on the interoperability. 80% or so, Mr. Shohan, I don't think he's on. He didn't have an exact, oh, he is. Okay. So he can back me up. It was a rough guess that about 80% of our software programs are now cloud-based, but we still have about 20 or 30% that are local applications. But the movement is towards 100% cloud-based because that's where everyone's going. So I thought it was a really interesting discussion. I think it's a really valuable list. I think it's just the starting point. I think there's a lot more information we can tack onto here to give us a fuller picture of how much we're spending, how much we're using, and what the results are from that. So we don't have another meeting scheduled. He's going to get back to me, but we're going to talk next about professional development and training in technology. Any questions? We made it on the 20th? Okay. I have so many meetings in November. Yes. So our next meeting is November 20th. At what time, Robin? 3:00. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
One of the things I found very, very motivating about the discussion was three things. One is the amount of software that is inside of the organization. It's a tremendous amount and it's valuable and it's needed and everything. So we support that. But in terms of going forward, one of the possible financial discipline mechanisms could be when there's a request for additional software, what benefit will it bring to the organization? Is it going to cut expense or is it going to improve our ability to reduce the workload that the staff has? So they can really sort of pivot and devote their time to really whatever the raison d'etre is for creating a school district, which is improving scores. The second thing is utilization. One of the jobs we had to do a utilization study. And a lot of times what you'll find, old software is no longer being used. It's still in the system and it could be incurring sometimes a cost. And so you take that out and all of a sudden, again, you're lightening the management load and the staff load. And that's very important. And the third one is what my colleague, Ms. Boatwright, said, interoperability, so that you don't have to go in and out. So those are three things as we move forward, hopefully continue under her leadership to be something that we focus on.
Mr. Smith?
And I agree with both of you. But also one thing I just do want to just point out real quick was that I would like to thank because the question did come out in terms of our menu. What do we have in terms of Mr. Dawes was saying that in terms of programming, and one thing that Mr. Shohan what he did emphasize was that I would like to give Mrs. Dr. Scraddles kudos because he did say that she is monitoring in terms of programs that we have and making sure that what we have is being utilized and that we are not just adding programs to just have them. So I would just like to thank her and her staff for being diligent about that and how they are proceeding in the academic corner of the district. That's all I got.
All right. That concludes your report. Thank you. All right. We're moving on. Dr. Rodriguez to the superintendent's report.
Thank you. This evening in the superintendent's report, I'd like to ask Dr. Lee and our executive directors to come forward. Dr. Lee will introduce the presentation this evening. You have an executive summary and a brief couple of slides to discuss essentially an update of the work our executive directors are engaged in and doing at the moment. Dr. Lee?
Yeah. Good evening, Madam Chair and board members. I'd first like to apologize for my voice. I have officially been welcomed to the Low Country. At this time, I have the executive directors with me tonight. They're going to be doing a overview of one of the new initiatives that we have that's on school improvement for some of our schools. So at this time, I'd like to ask Dr. Cox, Dr. Levan, and Mrs. Mona Lisa Dixon.
Hello.
Hello.
So we'll start with the purpose. So a couple of words I want to highlight as you're looking through there. One is a partnership. So it's establishing a better partnership and a cadence of district level support. I think that term cadence is important to point out in there. You want to pull that out because this is a ongoing system that we're doing with several of our schools. And if you look in there, you'll see words like cadence, aligning, continuous improvement. These are things that we're going in and working with the schools. And in just a second, as my other colleagues come up, we'll talk about that. But it's not just us coming in. We're working to improve the overall practice of the school level team down into the classroom level and instructional practices. So that is our purpose, is to provide that ongoing support for our schools.
And on the screen before you, you will see a list of our partnering schools by portfolio. And these schools were selected because of their federal or state designations, as well as their school report card. So each of us selected schools that we are working with closely to continue to raise the bar for school improvement. And we're focusing on them as our partnering schools.
The partnership of and structures focus on creating and maintaining support while setting high expectations for independent learning and mastery. Our goal is to foster a collaborative culture aimed at enhancing academic achievement. The cadence outlines the structure of the partnership to include points of celebration, report out of support from our previous 2 weeks. We also look at the 90-day plan, action steps report out. We conduct walkthroughs. We debrief. We look at next action steps for the next targeted focus. We also look at support from each department, from our MLs, our SPED department, ISD, all the student services, and most importantly, the school administration team that is there. These mini IRs are methods of supporting the school and improving instructional practices to increase student achievement.
And so you have more detail in your executive summary. At this time, Madam Chair, will take any questions that the board may have.
Mr. Smith?
I don't really have a per se a question. I would just like to give you the EDs some compliments. I was along with Mrs. Dixon. I was able to go to one of the schools and see some of how the concept is done in terms of evaluation and certain things. And what that did for me is it gave me a light and a way to understand the process. So when people bring different things forward, to understand what the process is and what that looks like, and that is not just a one person viewing everything, being able to speak from it, saying that one person is going to drop the hammer or one person is giving directives or negative feedback. You get feedback from a multiple level layer term approach. And I think that's good because you're able to build people up and not just to tear them down. And it also is different people who analyzing it may see things differently. And with saying that, one time I remember when I was in college, one of my professors said, "Well, Mr. Smith," he said, "Well, tell us how." Well, he asked the class, and then I said, "Well," he said, "Well," and I was like, He's like, "Well, since you want to look that way, like I don't know what I'm talking about." He said, "Tell me, how would you analyze this situation?" And basically, I said, "Well, I would take the professionals." He said, "Not just the professionals." He said, "You would take different people. You take a plumber, you take your average people, and you put them all in one room, and you let them figure it out together." And that situation, that scenario, remind me of that. And I just want to say, I thank you for doing the work that you're doing. Let's just keep it up and look forward to seeing that. Make a long story short, thank you.
Colonel Guyer.
Could you kind of tell me how this program intersects or complements the instructional review program?
Yes, sir. So the instructional reviews, they do one per school for the first semester, and then it's chosen for an additional IR if it's needed for the second semester. These schools, we're doing bi-monthly meetings, so they're like smaller instructional reviews. where we meet, we come up with a goal. We focus on that for like 2 weeks. Everybody comes together at the table and has discussion. And then we go out, we have ISD, we have the support systems of the other departments to come in and provide assistance. And then we meet back in 2 weeks to determine if we've met the goals and if we need to move forward or if we need to stick with that goal.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Rodriguez.
So if you recall, upon my arrival here, I spoke a lot about culture, systems, and instruction. Culture, systems, and instruction. These are systems that we built. So we focused on a lot of culture work. That's an ongoing thing that never ends. Systems, we've built systems to carry out the work of high quality instruction. Part of the systems we've built are monitoring systems and support systems. And that's essentially what you see, right? You see increased monitoring with these bi-monthly meetings. And then of course you have the monitoring and support and feedback that comes with instructional reviews. And so in essence, it's just increased monitoring in particular schools that just as we've done in the past, we try to lift up and push up, and you could see those results in ratings that came out. We lifted the bottom and pushed up out of there, right? And so what we're attempting to do is to continue that work of lifting and pushing up into greater success for our schools. And so this is increased monitoring and increased support. Feedback is a gift, right? And as a team, we deliver feedback, but the school-based team also is an active collaborator in that work, and it's essential, right? They're there every single day, so they're part of building what's the next level, what's the next thing we're going to zero in on and push and develop within our instruction. So,
Ms. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Dr. Lee. So glad you're here. I know Dr. Rodriguez is too. But to the ED, I know all three of you, and I just want to say that this collaboration and the support extends to the principals. So my understanding is that all three of you work directly with your cluster principals and collaboration. So every school has an ED, but all three of you come together for the good of the community, the kids, the staff. I want to say, I know this is a great undertaking because you are dealing with so many different facets of education, elementary, middle, high, alternative, SPED. But I want to give you kudos because I've talked to a lot of principals and they've talked to me. And I think that they appreciate this level of the EDs of what you're doing. I remember when Dr. Rodriguez came up with this and I was like, what? ED. But when you look at what you're doing and how you're doing it, it has had an impact on our growth. You've been able to identify schools that need additional support and what those needs may be, but you also support our principals, and that's paramount in what you do. So thank you, all three of you. And I know it's tiring. I know you have a lot to do, but thank you for everything that you do for our teachers, for our kids, for our principals, especially because you three have been principals and you know that you don't go home and shut it off. It's every day, but they have you to call. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All three of the directors I've known for quite some time. I've worked with them. They have taught my grands. I'm really appreciative of what you were doing. Thank you. And Dr. Lee, thank you for being here.
I just also want to thank the four of you for all that you're doing. I know I've gotten questions from community members or parent and or parents, and my response I typically copy to Dr. Rodriguez because it's usually operational, and a few of them I've also copied Dr. Chad Cox. One thing I noticed in responding to these emails is I went to our website and I didn't see where the executive directors are listed. I didn't see your titles, like who is the executive director of secondary schools or elementary schools. And I just think it would be really helpful to the community, at least the questions I'm getting, if that was posted on the website. And I was looking maybe about a month ago. So maybe that's not even accurate today. But I just think we could have it better for the parents and community. There is information there, but it's really limited. And I think it would be helpful if the community knew the great work you're doing. And so that would be my I guess, suggestion.
It's a good suggestion.
Okay.
We can do that.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes that. You know, this evening, I gave Dr. Straddles a break, right? But we still had her up here, but I did give her a break for our student achievement presentation, and, you know, called in the right hander and brought in a different set of tools that we utilize within our schools to give you more information.
Yeah. All right. So next on our agenda is board business action. We need a motion to approve the $5,000 donation. Okay. And it is from Greg and Tanya Ringler, and it's $5,000 for JROTC expenses as Colonel Thompson sees fit at Beaufort High School. So do we have a second? Okay. Mr. Dallas, second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Middleton, aye.
Okay, that carries unanimously. And thank you for the generosity of the Ringler family. I know that the students at Beaufort High will very much appreciate that gift.
We sure would appreciate it.
Yes. It was unanimous. Okay. Next board business action is discussion of parliamentarian. And this was brought up by Victor. So I'll let you speak about what your thoughts are, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Several weeks ago, I attended a clinic hosted by CALN, Carolina Academic Leadership Network, and they had a parliamentarian give a class. And I found out that for a school board of our size, we're one of the few in the state that don't have a parliamentarian to conduct parliamentarian, or to basically aid the chair in running smooth and efficient meetings. So I thought it might be a good idea. As I understand, we've had one in the past, and there may be some misgivings or maybe some hesitancy about having a parliamentarian. But I would like to I guess maybe judge the will of the board and see if anybody would be entertaining of having a parliamentarian. Does everybody know what a parliamentarian does and is?
I think, yeah. What do you want to why don't you just briefly explain? I think probably yes, we do, but the public would probably.
Because we follow Robert's Rules of Order, parliamentarians are trained, I dare say gifted, because it has to be a love, but are trained in Robert's Rules of Order and the basically the owning the motion. And making sure that everything that is on the agenda runs in the manner that's in the agenda, but also trimming the fat, so to speak, out of time that might be wasted, dilatory time.
Thank you. Mr. Dallas.
Yes, I think that the current structure works. I think what we're dealing with, as Mr. Ney saw in his attendance at that parliamentarian meeting, is that not all of us know parliamentary Robert's Rules of Order very well. I think a course or a digital training lesson will be beneficial for new people like myself. And that may actually achieve what he's referring to and saw. And if it's not, then I think the consideration of parliamentarian at that point would be very appropriate.
Mr. Smith?
I will agree with that. I do agree with Mr. Dallas has said. I do agree. I think one more person to make it a little more confusing. I think that may take away the time that he spoke about this now to bring time back. So I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement with what Mr. Dallas said. Yeah, thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak? I have a few comments. Okay. So back in August of, I believe it was 2020, the board at a work session in August of that year had an excellent presentation by a very accomplished parliamentarian. Her name is Helen McFadden. And it was a 2-hour presentation. I believe it was from 10 to 12. So if you go into the recorded board meetings that are on the county channel, you can find it. And it's well worth your time to just review that meeting. She has been a parliamentarian for many years at the Democratic National Convention. She, as board chair, I actually carry with me in my meeting materials her handout from that day, so we can make handouts for you guys too. But the actual presentation was excellent.
And what's her last name, Madam Chair?
McFadden, MC capital FADDEN.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I think that's a separate issue. Getting more knowledgeable about Robert's rules. I think a parliamentarian probably would help our meetings be more efficient, and it would take some of the burden off of the presiding officer to have somebody else weighing in on the procedure itself. So if that's what the board is like, I would support it. I also called the South Carolina School Boards Association and spoke with Scott Price a few days ago. He's the executive director there. He's an attorney. And I asked him for his, if he had any information on parliamentarians for the school boards in the state. And I believe he told me that less than 50% have parliamentarians, but maybe I misunderstood him because you're saying the opposite. I don't know. But he also thought, like I know from Miss Helen McFadden's presentation, because I signed the invoice, was something like $650 for 2 hours. I mean, I don't think we can have an outside parliamentarian. It would be cost prohibitive, especially, I mean, this meeting has already been 4 hours. So that would be a lot of money. So I do think it would probably have to be somebody that's one of the members. And I know I had Robin call one of the other districts. Richland 1 has their parliamentarian is Jamie Devine, who was the president of the South Carolina School Boards Association just in the past few years. And Robin found out from their executive assistant that the chair appointed him to be the parliamentarian. And we did have in our old policy that the chair did appoint a parliamentarian. But we haven't done that for a number of years. That is not in our current policy. I just went and looked through it, not in anticipation of tonight's discussion. So those are kind of my thoughts. Victor, you wanted to say something?
Yes. First of all, a lot of school boards use their legal advisor as the parliamentarian because they're outside the board. But historically, for boards that have members as parliamentarians, a parliamentarian does not typically vote because the parliamentarian sits next to the president and helps run or the chair and helps run the meeting. If it's something that we would want to pursue, then maybe we'd have to say that we still want our parliamentarian if selected among our members to continue to vote.
Mr. Smith?
But yeah, that's something that I was told to as well when you first brought this up. I did check into that, and you are absolutely correct on that. Most parliamentarians don't vote, but then along with that, I think that is really the chair diligence to run the meeting. And when we talk about how the meeting is being ran, I think it's up to the chair to how the chair is running the meeting. I think a parliamentarian, I think that's almost like something like to say that's getting in the weeds, and that's just more time in debates. And I mean, I think we would be making it more difficult than what it is right now. In terms of that, so I don't think that this board needs a parliamentarian. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think it was a reason why the board why they didn't have one in the past, and why they didn't have one now. So I have no problem with the way I have no problem with not adding a parliamentarian. God, I think we deal with enough now. That would just put us over the top.
Mr. Kimball.
We did have one, and he was an attorney. He was on the board, Barbara Rundell from Hilton Head.
Oh, yeah. But, and I assume he would have voted because, yes, you would have to, because we're each elected by different geographic regions. So it would be unfair to his constituents if he was not voting member. That would not be proper. Chloe.
Just quickly, Mr. Nay, when you were doing your research, the parliamentarian also keeps things in order, right? So we can have an orderly meeting and make sure that it is not always on the chair to call order and say what is proper and in order. So I have no problems with looking into this with the parliamentarian, because I think it's important that we stay orderly. Sometimes we get a little orderless. So thank you.
Colonel Geyer.
I have to plead ignorance. I've never seen a parliamentarian work other than I went to a board meeting where the legal attorney was the parliamentarian, and it was a disaster because he was not on the same page as the rest of the board members, and he seemed to be more of a obstacle than a facilitator. I have no problem if somebody on the board is designated as a parliamentarian, as long as it's not me, because I just don't know enough about it, and I've never seen it really work. But we certainly could use some help in streamlining our meetings. They last too long, and if that could help, I would certainly support it.
Mr. Smith.
On the ACE board, the parliamentarian was when he attended was the attorney, Mr. Boykins. But I once again, and he wasn't at every meeting, but when we had difficult discussions, mine was a little different. Mr. Boykins he did kind of the parliamentarian work for us. So, but yeah, I just don't think that we need a parliamentarian.
So Earl, we're going to say something that seemed, what about Mr. Boykin on ACE? Boykin? Can you,
He was the ACE attorney.
but not a parliamentarian for the
Right,
board?
no.
Okay. Well, no, they're saying that's not accurate. So that's why I would ask for clarification.
Right. Well, I was a chair of the board, and I'm saying that whenever there was something that was coming across that was possibly going to be, it was going to bring a lot of tension, then I would ask him to come, and therefore that's when he would be the parliamentarian at that time. And we didn't have that much issues. Our meetings were pretty smooth. Then I would ask him to be there as the attorney. So he at that time he played the parliamentarian role. That was my comment, and I don't believe Mr. Campbell was on the ACE board at that time. Thank you.
So what is the will of the board? We can, we have discussion, we can put it on we can vote on it at the next meeting, or we can do what we did in the past, and that if it's the board's will, I can appoint a parliamentarian from our membership. If I don't know, you guys tell me what you want. Mr. Dallas.
I will suggest that maybe distributing the presentation by Ms. McFadden.
Yeah.
And give us time, each of us commit to actually studying it so we become better informed, and then come back and see what our thoughts are at that point in time. I know I need it.
Mr. Nay.
I'm sure the presentation is informative, but there are books written on this, books, and people spend careers doing this. So I'm sure that, like I said, the presentation will be helpful, but I don't know that that's going to give anybody a clear idea whether or not we may want to move forward with this. I mean, if nothing else, it will serve as, okay, oh, I forgot we need to do this. Oh yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing, okay. Let's, that might help a little bit, but like, as far as like deciding whether or not we need a parliamentarian, I don't think the presentation is going to help that much.
Mr. Smith.
Well, then what's the definition of a chair? And then what's the definition of a parliamentarian? Because when you ask me, I've been on boards where we've had parliamentarians, and they're very rare that you would need to use them. And then there are times where the chair and the parliamentarian would have different understandings. I'm just trying to understand what's the difference between the chair and the parliamentarian. Besides the parliamentarian tell you what a book is saying, that how it's supposed to be ran. I mean, at the end of the day, this is not a courtroom. We all elected officials, and this is a board meeting. So I mean, when you start talking about parliamentarian and y'all start talking about y'all time and cutting on meetings, if you don't want to be here, everybody got the option to listen on your cell phone or go home. I mean, I'm just not understanding. This is the way of cutting the meetings down. If you really think a parliamentarian is going to cut the meeting time when the meeting down, go forward with it. I'm going to support it. If that's what y'all think, but that's not going to happen. I think that the jobs are overlap in terms of the chair and the parliamentarian. Because once again, tell me what's the difference between a parliamentarian and the chair.
Mr. Campbell.
The parliamentarian is someone that knows Robert rules front and back. No question. That's what he does. The chair doesn't have all the knowledge of Robert, all of Robert rules the way it is. And they can tell board members when you're going off course. That's what a parliamentarian is, period. Thank you.
Mr. Nay.
First of all, the parliamentarian only makes recommendations to the chair. So the chair does not have to do what the parliamentarian recommends. Second of all, board policy always supersedes parliamentarian order. So if there's something that the board has decided this is how we're going to run meetings, then that supersedes parliamentarian procedure for that particular issue. But to answer your question, that's what that is. The parliamentarian, as Mr. Campbell said, parliamentarian makes sure that Robert's Rules of Order being adhered to. If the chair is not familiar with or wants to delegate that responsibility to somebody else, parliamentarian makes recommendations to the chair on how to run the meeting. But again, board policy supersedes parliamentarian rule.
Okay. Mr. Dallas.
Yeah, I don't think a parliamentarian is going to solve our core issue. Thank you. I think the core issue is, do we respect each other? Thank you. That's what that boils down to. And when whoever is invested with that power, whether it's the chair or whomever, we have to listen to that person. And so us learning the rules, if we're not going to abide by them, it's still going to get the same outcome. So maybe a behavioral course.
Ms. Boatwright.
I'm in favor of doing anything that makes our meetings more substantive. So I think that I've heard several times people say, if you don't want to be here, if you don't want to spend unlimited amounts of time here, then you're not doing your job, which I disagree with. I think that if someone serves you a platter of food, you eat till you're full. You don't have to eat everything. You want to make those calories count, right? And we just have a lot of stuff in our meetings that I think, I don't know if the parliamentarian's a silver bullet, if it's part of a solution, if it would have no benefit whatsoever. I'm perfectly willing to try it. But I do think that it goes to public engagement. If your meeting's 4.5 hours long, I can tell you there aren't many people that are going to sit through it. And after 4.5 hours, we had the motions that came out of, we've had a few motions here and there, but there's a lot of discussion. There's a lot of fluff. There's a lot of things that we're still doing our job. It's just we're doing it in a more efficient manner. So anything that gets us to be more efficient, I would support. And I'm willing to try it. And, whatever the will of the board is, I don't necessarily, like I said, to Mr. Dallas's point, I don't think you get a parliamentarian, all of a sudden we're out of here in an hour and a half. But we can start moving the ball. So whatever the board decides, but I am in support of that.
Mr. Smith?
And just hearing that as well, basically the parliamentarian, it also tell you the questions to me is in terms of what everyone just said, the parliamentarian versus the chair of the board. Some of the most understanding and coming to it in terms of information clear, because as a board or as elected officials, we have the right to use Robert Rules of Order. But I've heard several board members say when it's convenient that the board rules are guidelines. So when we have this person who's the Robert Rule, the parliamentarian, tell us, oh, that's not what the parliamentarian, that's not what that's not what whatever the guy name is, that's not what Robert Rules of Order say. Then now we're going to tell the person, oh, well, those are just guidelines. So it can't be convenient for us when it's in our favor versus when it's not. So having a parliamentarian, once again, I'm not understanding what the point of, if we have an attorney on staff, when it comes to a parliamentarian rule, then why not use the attorney that we pay if it's that serious and it's that critical in terms of a parliamentarian. I see other boards use their parliamentary at different board members. At different board meetings. So that's just that's my spill.
Dr. Rodriguez.
I would just suggest to you all that, we do not use the district's attorney as parliamentarian. The district's attorney serves the district and the staff. You're a board that, in essence, what I want to avoid is anything where somebody would say, well, you're just making that decision because it benefits the staff, not the board, right? And so I would highly encourage you to move away from using district attorney or district staff as a parliamentarian. Your own fellow board member is fine. Somebody you want to bring in to do that is fine. But I would recommend definitely not using district staff or attorney.
Ms. Gordon.
Madam Chair, may I suggest that we table this for tonight and discuss it at another board meeting or?
Seconded.
Okay, thank you.
Seconded.
Because this apparently is going to be, a lengthy discussion, and I think everybody need to be heard fairly. And I like to see the information that you have as well. So they seconded, so I'm done.
Right. There was no motion. So so next steps, let's have the members that were not present, and I believe it's August 2020. I'll have Robin tell you the exact date. Watch that video for 2 hours. It's well worth it. And she will also distribute electronically or in hard copy, you ever prefer, the handout that went with it. So once everybody's done that, I do think that would be helpful to some degree, because just a better knowledge of Robert's rules and respect of the gavel, respect of the rules would be very helpful by all members. And then we can go from there if we want to reconsider having a parliamentarian. All right, next on our agenda is the consent agenda, and we'll do these individually because that's what we've been doing. Now, for the consent agenda, there's no discussion. And Mr. Smith, you had the opportunity at the beginning of the meeting to move OE 13 discipline off of the consent agenda, but you did not do that. So at this point, for you to have a discussion regarding OE 13 discipline, I believe we would have to have a 2/3 vote.
So is that on our policy? Because with Robert's rules, you can take it off until the moment the consent agenda is brought up, but I don't know if
That's part of our policy.
That's part of our policy. Then policy proceeds.
Yeah. Yeah. And it doesn't need, just one member can remove it from the consent agenda. All right. We can vote for the whole thing if nothing is removed.
Well, yeah, I'd like to remove OE 13 discipline. I'd like to remove that.
Okay. So now we need since it was not removed initially and the agenda was approved initially, we need a 2/3 vote to now remove it. Okay. For discussion. All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Yeah. To, in other words, make it a discussion item rather than a consent agenda item. Yeah. Is that okay? So all in favor of doing what I just said, taking it off the consent agenda and discussing it? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Ms. Middleton? Okay. All opposed, please say nay. Nay.
Middleton,
Okay.
nay.
Okay, so that fails. All right. The 2 ayes were Gordon and Smith and the rest were nays. All right, so since there isn't anything removed, we can just have all 3 items approved at the same time. So would somebody make a motion for that?
Move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second by whom? Second by Mr. Dallas. Okay. All in favor?
Comments. I have comments. I have comments. There's a motion, so there's a discussion. I have discussion.
No, there is no discussion. That's what we just said, sir. Consent agenda, that's the whole idea of consent agenda, to streamline meetings, that there's not discussion.
Okay.
Okay.
Come back.
All right.
Okay.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Middleton? Okay.
Aye.
Smith? Okay, so the consent agenda is approved. 8 yeses and 1 no. Next up, we have future addenda topics. Ms. Middleton, excuse me, Ms. Boatwright. Sorry.
I'm a little hurt. I have 2 items. One, I would like to follow up on whatever process. I just have a little more discussion at some point about getting one of our members on these other boards.
Okay.
Number 2, there is, and I know you don't want discussion, but just to clarify, there is a movement that is coming out of different states called the No Phone School. It's an actual process and procedure. It's not a policy. It's I guess movement's not the right term, but it's something that I think we should discuss.
Okay. I wrote it down.
No phone school.
Mr. Dallas. All right. Mr. Smith?
I would like to review, to discuss the hall monitors in the schools, because there was a motion that was made back, I think last year, directing the superintendents to bring hall monitors back, or something along that
Yeah, I
line.
don't think that was a motion.
That's not what the motion was. The motion, this is pretty easy, actually.
Okay.
The motion was to look at the feasibility study, okay, on bringing them back. The answer is simple. There's no money needs to be spent on any kind of study. Is it feasible? Yes, it's feasible to do. I've said this to the board before. It is feasible to do. Okay. Personally.
Okay, but okay.
No. Let me just say personally.
But we're discussing it. So she asked for topics.
Yeah, let him finish and stop interrupting people. Okay, so Dr. R, instead of discussing it now,
That's fine.
would you please discuss it under the superintendent's report at the next meeting?
That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
Sure.
thank you. Anything else?
Yes, ma'am. As well as also the question of the 45-day calendar. Have we discussed that in terms of our school numbers of our 45-day calendar and students in schools? I'd like to see that come forth as well. Thank you.
I think he means the count, but he said
The count,
calendar.
yeah, excuse me, count. Yes, excuse me, I apologize. Yeah, the count. 45, they count. Schools.
Okay. All right. Those are the future agenda topics. So do we have any second public comments? No, we don't have any in person either. So, and it's 9:00. So announcements, the board voted at the work session that we would have a special called meeting for discussing the results instrument. And we said we'd do it within 2 weeks. And I have spoken with Robin, and it seems like in short order, I'm going to make the recommendation that we do it on Monday, November 13th at 5:30 p.m. And it would be best to be in person. I'll have Robin send out a notice. And if that doesn't work for you, you need to get back to Robin, and then we'll go from there about if we have to do it at another time. Okay. All right, lots of people have been texting me during this meeting. And it looks like the referendum is probably going to pass big, is what the messages I'm getting over and over again. Yeah. So, okay. Now, our next business meeting is the 21st of November, which is Tuesday evening, 2 weeks from now. So we will adjourn by unanimous consent. All in favor? Aye. Good night.